Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, please stand for the Chairman of West Northamptonshire Council, the Vice Chairman of West Northamptonshire Council and the Chief Executive of West Northamptonshire Council. Thank you.
Good evening. I will now hand over to the Democratic Services Manager, who will read out the apologies received.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Dermot Bambridge, Sally Bearsworth, Pinda Chauhan, Julie Davenport, Terry Guildford, Matt Golby, Nigel Hinch, Kula Jolly, Paul Joyce, Charles Manners and Richard Salisbury-Thames.
Chairman. We have another apologies from, sorry, I've just lost it on my piece of paper, David James. Unfortunately, his brother's not well.
Thank you. Thank you.
James Hill is arriving late.
I understand Councillor James Hill will be arriving late as well. Do we have any declarations of interest? I would like to just declare one myself. I am in receipt of a WNC pension, and we have pensions on the agenda later on. Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, interest of pension holder for WN Northampton County Council, what it was anyway.
Thank you. Item 3, minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 26th of September. Is it the Council's wish that I sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate record? Agreed. Item 4, Chairman's announcements. It is my sad duty to inform you that former councillor Sonia Baker has passed away. Sonia represented the Grafton Ward on South Northamptonshire Council from 1987 to 1991 and from 1991 to 1995. She will be remembered as a very dedicated councillor who was well known for the care she took to look after her ward and represent its residents on the council. I hope you will join with me in sending condolences to her family. I am pleased to advise you that the Northamptonshire Search and Rescue Service has recently received the King's Award for Voluntary Service. This is the highest award a local voluntary group in the UK can receive and is the equivalent of an MBE. Formed in 2013, the organisations are a professional volunteer search and rescue support to the local emergency services. Currently numbering 48 volunteers with an additional 17 in training, operating 3 rescue vehicles, including an incident command vehicle. The team now operates many specialities alongside its regular foot teams. These include swift water rescue and KOP teams, dog handlers, drone pilots, as well as 2 of the first Lowland Rescue Incident Commanders nationally. During its existence, the teams have deployed to nearly 600 incidents, ranging from missing person searches, casualty evacuations, and flood responses. These have lasted, in some cases, a matter of minutes, through to the longest at 11 days. The team has worked alongside other agencies at declared major incidents, including the evacuations of Billing Aquadrome. Well done, Northamptonshire Search and Rescue, on receiving the King's Award for Voluntary Service. Members will be aware of the disruption caused by Storm Bert, including localised flooding across West Northamptonshire. I'm sure you will join with me in recognising the impact on everyone affected, and I would particularly like to pay tribute to those staff and volunteers involved in the response, both from West Northamptonshire and partner agencies. I had planned to play a little video this evening highlighting some of the events I've attended throughout the month. Instead, I'll just highlight 3 events I've attended. One was, as a resident in Woodward Hall suggested, it would be lovely if we could cover a horse with poppies for the remembrance celebrations. I will add here, this is a statue of a horse, not a live horse. The local community, under started orders, set to knitting and crocheting poppies. After jumping many hurdles with everybody involved, Jim the Warhorse got over the winning post for Remembrance Sunday, and I was honoured to be invited to cut the ribbon to unveil the statue. During my tenure as chairman, I've chosen to support 2 charities that are close to my heart, Suffer and Stop Hate UK, and was delighted to host a civic celebration on the 15th of November at the multi-award-winning 78 Derngate in Northampton, where I could raise the profile of these wonderful organisations. It was also a great pleasure to make a special presentation to Dorothy, who celebrated 27 years of service as a volunteer with Daventry Citizens Advice Bureau. Throughout the evening, we were treated to a music performance from Northampton Music and Performing Arts Trust, who received a cheque of £1,000 from last year's chairman, Councillor Shepherd. On the 21st of November, I presented the West Northampton Male Role Model Awards at the Northampton Museum and Art Gallery. First launched in 2019, the aim of the awards is to highlight local role models who have a positive effect on the local community, either through the work they do or the story of their own personal achievements. The winner, Quinton Green, was nominated for his exceptional role as a youth member and his invaluable support to numerous victims of knife crime and serious violence. Quinton's dedication and impact are truly inspiring. Whilst the Special Recognition Award went to Jonathan Haslam, who has championed the Chatty Cath scheme in Brackley, providing support and welcoming place for those who need it most. John's efforts have made a significant difference to many people in West Northamptonshire. Congratulations to them both and all of the 46 who were nominated. Positive role models are crucial in shaping the perspectives of young men and boys. They show that strength is just not physical, but also emotional and intellectual. Those are just 3 of the events I've attended since we last met. If we now go to item 5 on the agenda, Leaders' Announcements. In accordance with Procedure Rule 3.1, I will now ask if there are any announcements the leader may wish to make. Please note this is no debate on this item. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thought it important to announce to Council some of the recent happenings within West Northamptonshire, particularly around NPH. So my comments on NPH will be reasonably lengthy, and then just a couple of very short announcements thereafter. Cabinet last week received an update on the performance of the Council's arm's length management organisation, Northamptonshire Partnership Homes, in relation to a number of key areas, including performance reporting, non-compliance with regulatory standards, large housing development, and financial reporting. While we place the responsibility for management and maintenance of the 11,400 homes in Northampton with NPH, it is the Council that retains the overall legal responsibility, and that is why the Council referred itself to the regulator rather than NPH. Following a new set of consumer standards being applied from the 1st of April, and under the new regulatory regime of the Regulator for Social Housing, inspections and stock condition surveys were undertaken, and they have revealed that some of NPH's housing does not meet the national quality and safety standards. This includes issues with safety inspections and record keeping. Immediate steps are being taken to address these failings, with a focus on ensuring all properties meet the required standards, and all tenants have been contacted. Make no mistake, these are significant shortcomings, and we are seriously aggrieved that data and information provided to WNC by NPH in the past appears to have given an inaccurate impression of the true level of compliance. This is in spite of the fact that since assuming the role of landlord from NBC in 2021, this council implemented additional levels of due diligence checks and governance as set out in the Cabinet Papers. Since those failings came to light, the council has prioritised safety concerns, including essential safety checks such as fire risk assessments. Tenants affected by these issues are being contacted directly, and work is already underway to resolve these concerns by the end of December. The most serious level of concerns have already been completed, and there's no backlog in those areas. The Council has referred itself to the Regulator of Social Housing and is working closely with NPH to ensure compliance with national standards. This includes placing additional senior directors within NPH and appointing housing experts to the NPH board to oversee improvements. The Council, as sole shareholder, is currently considering its options with regards to the wider issue of the NPH board to ensure that all board members in place have the necessary expertise, knowledge and skills to robustly challenge and support NPH in ensuring progress against the action plan. This is likely to result in further changes to the makeup of the board in the very near future, although we are committed to ensuring that the board retains tenant representation. I'd also like to make clear that there are individual board members who have contributed a huge amount of work over many years and done their utmost to bring rigour and scrutiny, and it would be wrong to tar every board member with the same brush. Enhanced governance arrangements have been implemented, including the creation of a housing compliance working group and outsourcing fire risk assessments to external providers. An independent review has also been commissioned to address broader performance concerns. Henceforth, the Council will take forward the management of larger housing development projects to streamline processes and align with strategic housing goals. This includes new development initiatives aimed at providing quality housing for residents. Neither will NPH be used as the developer for future small or medium projects, and the relevant WNC teams are working together to form a pipeline of new council homes. We recognise that these performance failings are entirely unacceptable, and we are committed to ensuring that all our tenants live in safe, high-quality homes. We will continue to work transparently with the Regulator of Social Housing and keep our tenants informed of our progress. And I would like to reiterate our apology to residents for both the failings we have identified and the worry and distress that will have been caused by these revelations. Finally, let me say to Council that we will consider every option available to correct this situation, up to and including bringing services under direct control of the Council. I'd also like to place on record my thanks to everyone involved in the response to Sunday's floods, both in Northampton and in villages across the district. I had a positive discussion with Mike Reeder MP earlier this week, who assured me that he has had a conversation with the Environment Secretary about Northampton's issues. But I must express my frustration that the Secretary of State's visit to Northampton in September has not resulted in any further contact from DEFRA or the requested meeting. Kind words and photo ops will not solve the challenges that have to be met in the face of an increasing number of severe weather events. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the organising of the opening event of the refurbished Market Square in Northampton and the wonderful Diwali celebrations. They showcase the potential that the space has, and it is potential that we intend to realise in full in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6, public participation. Petitions. There have been no requests to present petitions and address the meeting under this item. If we go to statements, there have been 3 requests to address the meeting, and I invite Louise Merry to take a seat. in relation to item 8, Cabinet Member Report for Housing. Ms Merry, you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Louise Merry and I'm the Neighbourhood Watch Chief Coordinator for our estate in Westone. I moved to Westone 12 years ago and I live there with my husband and 5-year-old son. The residents of Westone have a strong sense of community and host some wonderful community events such as street parties and Santa's sleigh visits over the years. Unfortunately, in recent times, I've sadly noticed the decline in the area due to the Westone Manor Hotel, its usage and lack of engagement with the community. In more recent times, it's been used as temporary housing accommodation and it's having a huge impact on the lives of the residents on the estate. Whilst the residents of Westone understand the need for support and temporary housing, long-term hotels are not a viable option, especially those occupants with drug, alcohol dependencies, criminal backgrounds and significant mental health issues. In our most recent Neighbourhood Watch meeting, our residents are upset, frustrated and scared. Some are scared to leave their own homes. To bring to light some of the incidents, drunken and antisocial behaviour, all hours of the day and night, we've seen a huge increase, which has been reported to police and council. Ambulances called to hotel occupants that are unconscious in the middle of the road in the pitch dark. Arguments taking place day and night, screaming that they're going to kill one another. Thefts from the local shop, and the shopkeeper is now feeling unsafe. Drug taking, dealing, drinking on the streets. The hotel has pushed the residents conveniently outside of the walls of the hotel, so it's not captured on CCTV. Hotel residents trying car doors and houses at night. Hotel residents approaching people begging for money to buy beer. I have my own CCTV footage of vulnerable occupants walking loops of the estate at all hours. Feces being thrown across the fence from the hotel into residents' back garden and urinating up people's property. This is not acceptable. According to a drug user, Westone is now a place to go and score drugs. This estate is full of good, decent, hard-working families who are angry and upset that the Westone Manor is being used in a way which has a detrimental impact on the residents and their way of life. The residents of Westone have had no consultation in these matters, nor do I believe have any of the local councillors or community police officers who have been supporting us. I'd like to call out there's no security or regular reviews taking place here. It's a huge risk and is unsafe not only to the residents of Westone, but the hotel staff and hotel occupants themselves. The recent Neighbourhood Watch meeting, the residents met and invited some of you that may be here today but did not reply to our invite. Therefore, I wanted to bring this to your attention today. The meeting was attended by Councillor Joyce, Councillor Jolly and our PCSO Dan Freeman, who have been fantastic. Also in attendance was Toby Wallace and Verity Sayers, who took our comments on board. We have conveyed our feelings and the impact this is having to Toby directly. He now has 4 weeks to review with a plan of action and next steps to remove the hotel occupants elsewhere. In closing, our follow-up outcome is on the 17th of December, and I would like to reiterate the invites are still open to those councillors who haven't responded: MP Lucy Rigby, Danielle Stone, Councillor David Smith and Councillor Rosie Herring, and to anyone else who has a duty to support their local community. Please reach out to myself or Councillor Jolly for more information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Merry. I now call to the Chair Ryan Mitchell. He's asked to speak to the Council in relation to Motion 1. You have 3 minutes to speak, Mr Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Council. I'm Ryan Mitchell. I'm a resident in Dallington Village, and I'm here to represent some of our vulnerable flood victims who are actually sat behind here today, but didn't feel brave enough to speak. So we have a few questions for Council. We did see unprecedented floods in the September, 23rd of September, and our village was decimated, really, and we've had several residents that have now had to leave their homes, many of them vulnerable. The issue is, floods happen, we know that. We want to know, first of all, how were the defences actually managed and preserved, and to prevent this from happening. But also, when this did happen, there was no help for these residents from any services. I was out there helping, and I was on the front line with them, and they have since had no support at all. So we're very concerned in the fact that we've got elderly people that have been displaced from their properties. It's in a conservation area. They have massive issues with insurers now who won't insure them, and they're given the runaround by these companies that will not protect their properties or pay them out. They also had to pay for their own accommodation. They were given no support by the council at all. And they have now managed to fight to get that paid for by the insurers, but it's not right. And on the flip side, you have billing, which is obviously a huge tragedy, and we see every year that floods. How is it that this council has for years allowed private companies to allow people to live there that shouldn't be residents? They are not residential homes. They are 11-month temporary residents. Most of them have temporary postcode properties at the local post office, so I'm hearing. Those residents don't pay council tax. They're not contributing to the state in that state, but they are vulnerable, and they are sold these properties by these companies that keep changing hands with billing. They make massive profits. They contribute absolutely nothing to society. They bully and harass the local residents around that actually contest this, and I know other people that have been through this. And every year, these poor people that live there that have no option, they're vulnerable. It's a good bet for them to live there, but they're not looked after. And then it's down to the voluntary sector and the state to rehouse these vulnerable people. And why is the council allowing businesses to profit from these vulnerable people? And they will continuously, people will move on from that and get themselves onto the property ladder, and then resell those to new people, knowing that land is going to flood every year. So why are we not holding these businesses to account? Because I work in the vape industry. I sell good products to people, and I'm scrutinised, quite rightly so, for what I do for the public. Now, that's just 20% of the population. How are we allowing companies to literally profit and never, ever support vulnerable people when they're actually made homeless from flooding? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchley. Could I ask Marilee Lyman to take a seat, please, who's addressing the item 8 from Cabinet Member Report for Transport and Highways, and also motion 1. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today speaking on behalf of 1,000 Voices. I'll be speaking on the 3 issues we brought to you in May of this year: the failures of the Council around air pollution, leadership and climate change. West Northamptonshire Council have finally issued an air quality management plan, but none of the reports coming to this meeting make any mention of it. Is it so insignificant? It took 22 years to produce this vital document. The tragic and unnecessary consequence has been the lives of 2,244 local residents lost at a rate of 102 deaths per year. This figure does not include the thousands of others who've been impacted by this public health failure. Some may call this too little too late. Please do not congratulate yourselves whilst Northampton residents are still dying. Words on paper do not equate to effective action. We need clean air, not hot air. There is little evidence in the plan that air pollution issue is being taken seriously by the Council or by public health. There is a complete absence of ambition in your plan to meet the World Health Organization standards, like our neighbours in Oxfordshire, or the efforts seen in Leicester, Nottingham, Coventry and Birmingham, to name a few. Less than 1 mile of walking cycle track has been installed, and this is being lauded as improving access to local amenities, reducing carbon emissions and encouraging more people to get active. But the so-called Northampton Active Quarter around Delapre Abbey is not linked up with everyday people's lives. Delapre is a destination venue. People drive there, they park up, they get their bikes out of the back of the cars, and then they remain there for leisure. We need more than leisure routes. We need cycle and walking highways, safe and clearly lit, and reliable and affordable clean public transport that connects residents to undertake their day-to-day activities and get to their work destinations. How does this plan help the people in the Eastern District, where I grew up? We need to see active travel and clean transport alternatives given the same value as other transport options, and we need to see this as a priority in the local transport plans. Page 246 of the overview and scrutiny paper says of climate impact, and honestly, you couldn't make this up, but somehow you've managed to, there are no immediate climate change impacts. 4 100-year flood events have happened this year alone, with 1,000 people evacuated from around Billing this week, but the impacts were felt across the county. I myself have 3 good friends whose homes were flooded and their property destroyed. West Northamptonshire Council need to look at the emergency situation that climate change is creating in our communities right now. In 2019, Northamptonshire Council's declared a climate emergency. There is no excuse for a delayed response as you sit back and watch residents' lives and livelihoods devastated. This is an emergency. Act like it. It's time to break the reputation that West Northamptonshire Council is always too little, too late. Thank you.
When are you going to take it seriously?
Thank you, Mr. Lyman.
When are you going to take it seriously?
Could we have quiet? Could we have quiet? Could we have quiet in the gallery, please? I thank those speakers who have spoken, and I'm sure the relevant Cabinet members will get back to them. Thank you. I now go to item 7, opposition priority business, and I invite Councillor Emma Roberts to move the motion. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Delivering social care is a key responsibility for local authorities, ensuring residents are safe and healthy in their communities. The social care sector is heavily dependent on migrant workers. Skills for Care's annual report on the state of the adult social care sector in England found 25% of social care workers were non-British in 23-24. The support our migrant workforce has provided our social care sector is abundantly clear. The workforce have supported us with so much of our statutory obligations and enabled us to comply with those obligations. In many instances, the visa systems that have been put in place have also supported those workers, but they've also led to an increase in cases of modern slavery and exploitation of migrant workers joining us here. This includes stolen wages, excessive hours, belligerent changes of contract. Care workers are afraid to speak out and these abuses, over fears of losing the employment and the sponsorship their visas demand. These skilled, committed and hard-working staff are often treated as expendable labour. Some migrant workers have reported paying thousands of pounds in fees to agencies and employers under the guise of settlement costs, cultural inductions and meal provision, for them only to receive a further bill for £700 a month for a shared room with no heating and severe mould. Migrant workers are faced with threats of deportation when they speak out about bad practice, they join a union, or they seek to address the exploitative practices they face. There have been cases of families being threatened with the prospect of having their child taken into care when employers cancel sponsorship or the employer, in fact, has their licence revoked. There have been cases of companies bringing people into the UK under the pretence of a visa and a work placement, only to arrive to absolutely nothing. And in some cases, the whereabouts of these workers is now not known. In April 2024, Adult Scrutiny received a report on the International Sponsorship Scheme. A survey sent to 241 of our CQC-regulated providers in West Northamptonshire generated only 75 responses. but with those organisations confirming that currently they had 655 international recruits. 14 companies in West Northamptonshire have had their licences revoked, one affecting 830 visas, and many of those people we do not now know their whereabouts. The committee recommended that Cabinet reviewed whether the schemes were given sufficient priority in the corporate risk register, and to look at what resources, including support from government, were required to mitigate the risk connected with the scheme. By passing this motion, this council can give a clear commitment that those recommendations to Cabinet can be shown. It will support our adult social care teams to support the wider workforce and end users and the end users who are receiving the care provision. They are also often impacted by the exploitation of the workforce employed to provide their care. The increase in exploitative practices and also the speed at which the exploitation is happening and the consequences that it can have for the migrant worker and the care receiver means that we can't delay in affirming this position, and we should take the 7 steps of protection referenced in the motion. The government via the Home Office has today confirmed that they will be strengthening the regulations of businesses who internationally recruit, and therefore this motion is incredibly timely. It's crucial, in my view, that we deliver a migrant care worker charter for West Northamptonshire and really understand the risk to this council that any of the organisations in our footprint would fall foul of these fair and reasonable steps of protection. So in closing, I ask the council to draft a West Northamptonshire migrant care worker charter with cross-party colleagues, partners, trade unions and workers based on the steps set out in the motion, conduct an assessment of social care provision and procured services to establish where the risks of default are, and I request that Cabinet ratify this charter and an implementation plan no later than March next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I now invite Councillor Stone to second the motion.
I second the motion, Chair, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite councillors' question. Do we have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The administration won't be supporting the motion before us. It clearly comes from a good place. However, some of the demands within the proposed charter, especially becoming a sponsor of last resort, we don't feel would be sustainable for the council in the long run. So we acknowledge the good intent behind the motion, but it can't be a priority for us at this point in time.
I invite Councillor Roberts to respond. Councillor Stone, apologies, you reserved your right to speak.
I did indeed, and I'm glad I did. I was very curious to see how the administration was going to respond to this. I asked quite a long time ago in what way the local authority was using our modern slavery intent to track through what was happening with our procurement contracts, and in particular with our contracts to do with adult social care and the care of vulnerable young people in supported lodgings. I was aware, as we all are aware now, let's hope, that there is an absolute national scandal playing out in this field with migrant workers being brought in a way that is incredibly exploitative. And you can see what has happened. The local authority decided a long time ago to outsource our most important services. People who are providing the services for profit squeeze the labour, and that provides unscrupulous people the opportunity to bring in labour that is heavily exploited. I've had quite a lot of casework, in fact 5 cases in the last 12 months, of people who've been left high and dry, either in really exploitative conditions or coming in and not finding any work available for them at all. Really, really vulnerable women, sometimes with children. I know of 2 cases where the children have been taken into care at huge cost to the woman, to the children, and actually huge financial cost to us. if you look through exactly what has happened, there is a culpability from this local authority for allowing this situation to happen and to become over-reliant on these cowboy providers to provide our services. It therefore is really, really important that we address that issue and our own culpability as a council by implementing this motion. I think the public need to see us taking that responsibility, and I think the victims of exploitation need us to do that. Thank you.
I'll now go to Councillor Emma Roberts to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I'm genuinely saddened that you won't be supporting the motion. It does come from a good place, but it's also absolutely a must priority. It's a priority for the Association of Directors of Adult Social Services. It's a priority for the gangsters' work. It's a priority for all of the trade unions in the trade union movement. It's a priority for our residents, because those are the people who are receiving the care. I'd absolutely urge Councillor Brown and other councillors to read a report called Expendable Labour, and it demonstrates the harrowing experiences of the migrant workforce. I said to you that there are 830 visas affected by one of the licences that were revoked in this area, and some of those 830 people are nowhere to be seen. We do not know where they are. If you don't think that this is a priority, and actually our adult social care staff do think it's a priority, so I'm incredibly surprised that you don't, then I think it shows a real sad time. We could have absolutely worked on timelines if that was something you wanted to do. We could have worked on a discussion on those. No discussion received. I think it just demonstrates that if it's not a priority for you as individuals, then it's not a priority for this council, and that's not fair on our migrant workforce or our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I will now ask for a vote. I declare the motion lost. The vote was 24 for, 44 against. Okay. We now go to item 8, Cabinet Reports.
Madam Chairman, I move that in accordance with Procedure Rule 15.1c, that we move item 8, Cabinet Reports, to the end of the meeting, after item 20, the motions, and we proceed now to item 9, but come back to this item as the last item of business.
Okay.
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Do we vote on that, Paul? You have to. Yeah. I understand from the monitoring officer we now vote on that. We're just setting it up. They're just setting it up, so please bear with them. They're ready now, so could we go for a vote? So that's motion carried. So what am I going to? Yeah. That motion is passed, and we have 51 for and 15 against. Oh, was that 16? Sorry, I need new glasses. Okay, so what do we go to now?
So we are going to body storage contract.
So item 9. Okay, if we go to item 9. I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Apologies, Madam Chairman. Councillor Hallam isn't with us at the moment, so I'll move the report myself. So this comes off the back of Cabinet approving the building of a new county mortuary to enable the council to meet the needs of the county-wide coroner's service with post-mortem and body storage facilities. At the time of that Cabinet meeting, it was explained that one of the additional options available was the potential to provide body storage at the new mortuary for KGH, Kettering General Hospital, and Northampton General Hospital, replacing the existing mortuary facilities in the two hospitals. A project has therefore been ongoing since December 2023 to explore how this could work. The projects looked extensively at the pathways through the hospitals and to the mortuary, with specific reference to the requirements set out in a previous inquiry relating to body handling. The Council is currently liaising with the hospitals in respect of the procurement of temporary body storage facilities and transfer. The Council would need to establish 2 temporary body storage facilities, 1 at each hospital, and also transport facilities to enable the transportation to the new mortuary. As a result, there is capital investment required, which is why we have the paper with us today, in addition to that which was previously approved for the mortuary itself, and additional revenue costs for staffing and vehicles. A further business case has therefore been prepared for this element of the project. The detailed finances are set out in the paper. Where individuals die in hospital, these are the responsibility of the hospital mortuaries until the deceased are collected. Currently, the storage facilities are provided by the 2 hospital mortuaries. Both of the hospital mortuaries would require capital works to bring them up to standard. However, providing body storage at the county mortuary instead would make better use of public resources and provide a better, more resilient service. So it's therefore recommended that Council approves the Cabinet decision to approve a capital budget of £750,000 for the provision of body storage to support the proposed agreement with the hospitals, and notes and endorses the delegation set out in the paper.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I now invite Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift to second the proposal.
I second the proposal and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This proposal, as it's currently written, is unsupportable. And I hope it is just poorly written report, or one that proves that just because the executive and a small group have been all over the detail for a year, they understand it. Everyone else who has not been told should then understand it as well by some process of intellectual osmosis. Sorry, these reports need to be clear. This one, I hope, is missing a large chapter as to what the contract is with the NHS in the provision of the services being provided. As it is written, at 2.3 it states, where individuals die in hospital, these are the responsibility of the hospital mortuaries until the deceased are collected. Chapter 5 of the report sets out how this opportunity arose from the new mortuary proposals, how the 2 hospitals will benefit by freeing up space, how relatives will have better facilities for viewing and care of their loved ones, how the responsibility outlined in 2.3 would then move to WNC. But it does not say how much revenue WNC is getting. Chapter 6 discusses the issues and states that if this didn't happen, the NHS would have extra costs to bring their facilities up to scratch. Increased costs for the NHS and possible loss of contracts for the NHS, but no upside is stated for WNC. Since when did this council ride to the rescue of the NHS? That is not our function. In the financial section, we get the costs of the borrowing, but nothing on the income. An oblique mention at 7.2.3 about the need for an agreement with the NHS to cover costs, and 7.13 states that there will be a projected £500k a year surplus. From where? Where has that number been derived? We've got no business case, no contract, no heads of terms, no projected income and costs. A 40-year borrowing plan might be fine for the buildings, but not for the vehicle. No pink paper appendix to set any of this out. So I think this is very amateur, very sloppy piece of work, and I hope all those things are in place, but until Council can see them and satisfy themselves that there is something in it for WNC, I cannot support it, and I would urge Council not to support this as written.
There being no other councillors indicating they wish to speak, I will go back to Councillor Cecile Irving-Smith. Does she want to respond?
Well, I cannot follow after that. No, I think it is really unfair to say what Councillor Marcourt has said. It is, I think it would be a decision that will be in favour of our council, and I support it. And I'm sure the leader of the council can reply to Mr. McCord later on by written reply and send all the papers to all the reply, to all the councillor if the leader wish. Thank you. But I support entirely that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Brown to respond to the debate. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'll just draw Councillor McCord's attention to the second of the recommendation, which sets out the various delegations and the consultation with Cabinet members. So that process will take place. I'm quite happy to consult with him as well during that process to put his mind at ease. And if he believes that a further paper needs to come to Cabinet or another forum, then quite happy to do that before any financial contracts are signed. The ask of Council this evening is merely to create that £750,000 capital budget rather than to directly enter into a contract. So the recommendations stand, and unless the monitoring officer wishes to make comment, I will move the recommendations.
Yes.
So as the report author, what I would draw your attention to is the fact that a business case has been prepared for this, and this is actually one of the...
Thank you. Is there anything further you wish to add, Councillor Brown? The paper is passed, 55-6. I will now...
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to expand on this because this is something that comes up every year, as you'll all be. It's an expensive programme, but it's a good one, and it's the right thing to do. I'm sure you've all read it. It's only a couple of pages. And it's a continue. So I don't think it's necessary to say any more, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Longley. Thank you. Are there any questions? I'll invite Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Totally support the placement of the council tax reduction scheme. It's been absolutely invaluable to numbers of residents in my ward, and I regularly refer to the Revs and Benefits Service to get support with it. I think we need to make sure that we're understanding the volume and the value of it and how much we need, and we might need more moving forward, so we should be planning for that. I also would like us to do a little bit of work around getting people to understand that it's there for them a little bit more, because I've had a number of residents come who were about to go on that final bill with the last pennies that they had in their purse and then didn't know it existed, but then got it and then were able to feed themselves. So it can be really that important. So I think we should do some work, particularly with the roadshow work that we're doing with our customer services teams, to make sure that the council tax reduction scheme and other through the local authority and through the wider government network are actually advertised to people and they're given good notice and information around those. But I'll be voting.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Stone.
Income maximisation for those amongst us who are very poor is really, really important. It was a topic that was brought up at the anti-poverty working group. I think we need to see more effort put into helping people understand exactly what benefits they are entitled to. Of course, I totally and absolutely into this scheme until they're 25. I thought we had agreed that. Could I have some...
Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think Councillor Stone is believers. It's about working age people that are not in receipt of benefits. So I think we did agree a separate scheme. The one point I would be asking, is it possible, going back to Council, where there is change? It's been quite useful that we've had the 20% since the formation of the Council. Each year, then we bring the report. Otherwise, we continue to apply policy. Maybe there's a legal requirement to set it every year. Does that extend to just not touching it, or is that just the way we are?
Thank you. I see your hand, Councillor Stone, but you've already spoken.
Clarify, Chair.
Councillor Shepherd, is there anything you wanted to respond in the debate? I will now go back to Councillor Longley.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks very much for this. It is a useful thing. I take your point on that, Ian, that it's probably a legal requirement, but you're quite right. We're not changing anything, and as I say, we're talking about a great deal of money here, just shy of £20 million. So it's a big in a budget where we're always tight. I think it's a good thing to do, and I'm very grateful for all the support for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. The paper is passed. Item 11, Overstone Park Primary School. I to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. The paper is quite explanatory, so I'm sure none of us will dispute the fact that we are extra schools in order to accommodate the children from our many housing developments that we have over our district. So we're progressing plans for 420 place primary school for the rising demand from new housing. This will open in September 25 to reception only. It will grow year on year then, taking in reception for each year. I thought it worth pointing out because there is probably how we're going to pay for this school. So unfortunately, there was a shortfall in funding from S106 contributions, which has led to the request for council borrowing. As a result of this, we are adjusting the way in which we seek further contributions from developers so that they can align more closely with current building costs. Officers are looking to alter the current SIL infrastructure list to include currently it's for secondary schools only. This will then allow the local authority to repay the funding through the SIL funds held. There has been some internal reorganisation over where S106 is spent and how much we seek from new developers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Daniel Cribbin to talk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the proposal and reserve my right to speak.
Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Purser.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And I raised this at Cabinet, and I think it should be for the whole Council just to think about why it is, and ask the Cabinet member why it is we can afford a dual carriageway round to afford a primary school. There seems to be that we've got something wrong in the way we manage our priorities. We need a new primary school, that is certainly so, but it should be paid for out of the developer contributions relating to that development rather than all of us as council taxpayers across West Northamptonshire. I think for the future we need to be very clear that we prioritise our investment in the infrastructure for our new housing areas that prioritises school structure ahead of roads. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The question I have is why 0.2 million short? And what is the reason for the shortfall? Because the report doesn't identify that. And I've got some alarm bells ringing in my head because of other Section 106 shortfalls that I'm aware of. The toaster Section 106 has got the amounts in the 106 cannot be indexed for inflation beyond 2019. Do we have the same problem here? Having raised that with our failing and dysfunctional planning department, I've pointed out potentially costing us millions of pounds. And here we have an item for £2.2 million. I think at times it would be easier to teach Pythagoras' theorem to a cat, though, than reason with the planning department. So here we are tonight to approve this.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Gonzalez de Savage.
And hope that we can hear good solutions and the applications come before us. Thank you.
Councillor John Shepherd.
Chairman, the 106 calculation, of course, came to be made at the outline stage many years ago. The SIL calculation would have been made at the reserve matter stage, much more generate a lot of SIL from the development itself. Can Councillor Baker give us any indication as to her confidence level that that SIL generated from available, i.e. that the arrangements can be made to utilise that SIL?
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
And all the rest that goes with it. And of course, Section 106 is as we learnt today, or we're reminded today, is a vital funding stream for affordable housing. So, we get ample developer contributions for all of this. In terms of the index linking or otherwise, we'll make sure that Councillor McCord gets the art fund. It's entirely feasible that the 106 money was index linked, but that the inflation in the construction industry has simply far exceeded the indexation of that initial allocation, but we're speculating at this stage, so we'll get some firm answers and enlighten everybody on that front.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Being no other questions, I'll go back to Councillor Cribbin. Is there anything you'd wish to add?
No, Chairman.
Thank you. I will therefore go back to Councillor Baker to comment on the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't presume to answer Councillor Shepherd's conversation without referring back to officers, but I will contact them tomorrow and come back to him with an answer. And as Councillor Brown said, for this school was made many years ago. And obviously what I said to you earlier about transferring this into the SIL pocket will actually help understanding as to why primary schools are treated differently, but they should both be treated the same. We need the school, as everybody has, and we need schools to be green, as we all know. So no doubt we could cut corners and make economies, but that wouldn't give us a good school, something that I would strive for. So I think we have a way of paying the money back. So then I recommend this to the council. Thank you.
To the vote. Is it working?
I'm not speaking.
I think we're going to have to put our hands up, Madam Chairman.
Bear with us, a technical hitch, I think. No, there's a vote. Yes. The proposal is passed. We now go to item 12, Northampton Youth Justice Plan. Baker to introduce the report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Offering statutory partnerships established under the Crime and Disorder Act of 1998. The principal aim is to present offending by children and young people, local authority youth offending team, with the police, the probation service, the ICB clinical are statutorily required to assist in their funding and operation. The areas of work for this service are laid out in litigation, government policy and national guidance. The detail of the local operation are developed in an agreement with reference to the key local strategic boards, including Community Safety Executive, Children's Trust Board, Local Safeguarding Children's Board, is North and West, East, actually, the Criminal Justice Board is. The current plan covers performance for the period and provides service budgets, operational and strategic developments, and the service improvement plan for 24-25. The youth submitted to the Youth Justice Board for England and Wales and is published in accordance with the directions of the Secretary of State. So I recommend to the Council that we approve the content of the plan. And I apologise, Chairman, for my croaking.
Thank you. I now go to Councillor Gonzalez de Savage to second the...
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to confirm the report and second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I go... There being no questions, I'll go back to... Oh, Councillor Stone.
I believe Councillor Roberts was down to speak first. I'm happy to go after her.
No.
Oh, right, okay. I wanted to say a couple of things. This report is always very, very important, but the context in which it's being written is also really, really important. We have a national situation where 1 in 3 children, that is certainly true in our local authority area. That makes young people extremely vulnerable to exploitation in all its forms. That's compounded by the extraordinary we have out of school, either through exclusions or because they're being home educated. And again, we have another really, really vulnerable cohort of young people in our local authority area. I've spent in children and in young people over the last 20 years has been absolutely extraordinary. So the closure of Sure Start centres seems to me to be like the village, the child, and yet we know it takes a village to grow a child. The amount of disinvestment in youth from 2007, when we got rid of the youth service from the county, to now is 60th of disinvestment. All of these things really, really matter. The huge community effort that has gone in to meet some of those gaps really does need to be viewed and applauded. It is extraordinary what's going on in the faith groups and in community groups, huge volunteering efforts to help support our young people with very slender resources. The Labour government is bringing in the Young Futures programme. I'm hoping that is going to prove to make a real difference to our young people
Stone, can I ask you
and
to
give them
sum
the
up,
start
please?
in life they really need. Thank you.
There being no other speakers, can I go back to Councillor Consola de Savage? Is there anything further you want to add?
Nothing to add, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Go back to Councillor Fiona Baker to respond to the debate on the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend that the Council approve the content of the Youth Justice Plan 2020.
Proposal is passed. Item 13, Pension Committee Annual Report. I invite Councillor Longley to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Right, first of all, everyone understand that this is a cross-party committee that meets up, and I'm looking at one or two of the characters the opposite me that we see on a regular basis. It's been a very good year. If you look on page people on that's the membership of the committee, and you can see it's across there. I'll give you an idea of some of the scale of this situation. There's currently the fund at £3.6 billion, great deal of money. And there are actually 82,300 and a bit more members of this fund. So so it's a big responsibility, this looking after this. Just under 20,000 are pensioners. But it's also, it's not just our pension, it's a bit more than that. In fact, a lot more than that. Pension, it's a bit more than that. In fact, a lot more than that. There are actually 327 organisations involved in this pension scheme. 327 organisations, 82,000 people, and £3.6 billion. Great deal of money. I'm very pleased to say that at the last estimate that we had, the fund. So that's all the facts I can put. The report is there for you. Any questions? I'll do my best to answer them. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Longley. I invite Councillor Bignell to second the proposal.
Yes, I'm happy to second the proposal and retain a right to speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Oh, apologies. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wondered maybe would Councillor Longley give an opinion from the government about merging a lot of these local government pension funds. I'm not quite sure whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. You know, on the one hand, you read it would give you the idea or bad idea. You know, on the one hand, you read it would give you the creation of something akin to like a sovereign wealth to drive local infrastructure. On the other hand, there is a concern around losing that in the local government pension fund. I don't know if you're a real strong view on it one way or the other, but is there a good professional reason to support, reason for this council to be wary of such a proposal?
Thank you. Councillor Meredith.
Don't press nothing. No. Thank you, Chair. And being a pension holder, and I hope Councillor Longley can answer my question. And my question is, during the budget, there was lots of proposals which was put forward. Could you tell me if any of these tax proposals are going to affect the pension fund?
It's a point of order.
Sorry, point of order. Is it caretaker? Yeah.
Yes, I checked with the monitoring officer before I permitted him to speak, and because it's not a decision paper as such, Councillor Meredith is allowed to speak. Carry on, Councillor Meredith.
I did finish speaking. Did you hear my question? Perhaps Councillor Longley would answer my question, because it is quite worrying as a pension holder that
Okay.
possibly
We'll go to questions.
This is going to affect pension holders. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm glad it's going so well, all I can say. He won't be surprised to hear me say that that should encourage us to accelerate divestment from fossils much more rapidly. There's plenty of opportunity there. And, you know, we are seeing, let's look around and see what it's doing to the rest of the world, shall we? So my point being, glad it's going well, but please can we keep the dialogue going in terms of how investments are taken? Thank you.
Bignell, who reserved his right to speak.
Nothing more to add, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go back to Councillor Longley to answer any questions raised during the...
Great set of questions. Deal with yours first there, Ian, is that we're already in a group called Access, and that's approximately 10 times the size of us. So they're about 30, 40 billion. I mean, sort of huge numbers. And about just in excess of 50% of our fund is already in there. And that's a lot of councils from around our area some years ago now, going very well. Now, the key to this, really, we don't know the full extent of the government's input here. We'll probably be excluded. We put our views in because of the scale we're already at. But I would expect that a lot of pressure for government not to interfere, as it were, on a detailed case, but the action until sometime later in the year, next year rather. But we would hope it would be carry on as is, which is what I said. Dealing to your tax advice there, Dennis, you'll be taxed on your income as you normally would be. As my understanding of the current situation, you won't be taxed anymore until whilst you're alive. So stay alive and you won't get taxed. I think is my advice at the moment. Jonathan, I knew you'd ask that question. And very predictable. Yeah, well, fair enough. No problem. We've got in line with the Paris Accord, there's a reduction down to net zero by, I think it's 2050. We are already on that, on the graph, we're about 4 or 5 years ahead of our schedule there, and continuing to do so. Now, of course, it gets progressively harder, of course, it's the easy bits. But we have, you'll be very interested to know that the pension fund has agreed to invest a big amount of money in forestry. And that's been agreed, and that's taking place. It might already be invested by now. But we don't just do it out of the green side of things. That's a very good thing to have done, very conscious. We also do it so it impact negatively any of our 82,000 people for who we have the responsibility for. So, and that's the tricky bit. You know, you've got to get both. And also a very another very keen investment of very big numbers in a project that I'd be very pleased to talk to somebody like Bob about when he's interested, when he's You'd find that very interesting. It's a great fund. You know, it's doing good things. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Longley. I will now go to the vote. The proposal is passed. Item 14, Annual Report of the Local Pension Board. Right, Councillor Longley again to introduce the report. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, I got there. Yeah, need 5 minutes, Chair. This group here is really designed to make sure that the rest of us, you know, Keith, myself, and others are doing the right thing, and we're playing the game correctly, which I'd like to think we are. If you read the report, you'll see there's nothing contentious that I'm aware of in it, and I'd go straight forward to say I'd move the report, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Councillor John Shepherd to second the proposal.
Yes, happy to second formally, Chairman. Nothing else to add. Thank you.
Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? There are no comments. Councillor Shepherd, do you have anything further you want to add? I will go back to Councillor Malcolm Longley to respond.
No, nothing to respond to, Chair, so I'd like to move the report. Thank you.
I will now go to the vote. The proposal is passed. Item 15, Annual Reports 2023-2024 of the Overview and Scrutiny. I invite Councillor McCord to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Madam Chairman, members should be aware that we have a coordination committee or a triangulation committee, which is effectively the committee of the scrutiny chairs. And as the chair of the chairs, I shall introduce this suite of reports. Before members tonight are 4 reports from the Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Please remember that these reports cover the period 1st of April 23 to the 31st of March 24, and they should have come to Council earlier, but the general election caused a bit of a delay, hence we're here now. Adult Social Care and Health Overview and Scrutiny, chaired for this period by Rosie Herring. Children, Education and Housing Overview and Scrutiny, with its first report, chaired by Andrew Grant. Place Overview and Scrutiny, chaired by Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, and Corporate Overview and Scrutiny, chaired by myself. The scrutiny function is important, and I would ask all members not to dismiss it as a waste of time. It should be our role to check if bright ideas remain as bright a year or 2 after implementation as they seemed at the time. It should be our role to challenge the executive with issues that arise or support them when policy drives the desired outcomes. We should try to get involved upstream of a decision and influence the decision-making early. And I appreciate that that is difficult and demands that everyone thinks of scrutiny as they develop policy and decision-making. Now, reading the reports, you will see a wide range of subject topics the committees have sought to understand and take a closer look at. Rosie has looked at integrated care across Northamptonshire, the ICANN system and discharge from hospital and ambulance response time, amongst other things. Andrew is kept busy with, amongst other topics, housing allocation policy, children not in education, and the foster care provisions. The Place Committee has had a varied work programme looking at flood risk, crime and disorder, fly tipping, just to mention a few. And they did a snap piece of work, but this time last year, on looking at the Voi scooters. I do note that Councillor Gonzalez de Savage passed that hot potato to Alison to chair. My committee, the corporate one, may have a little more structure and rhythm to it, as we have quarterly budget reports, quarterly performance reports that the others maybe not have. But a big part of our work is the budget scrutiny. And we've split this up into a few task and finish groups looking at specific areas of concern and making recommendations, and we will be starting that very soon. I'm pleased to report that the areas highlighted, such as the Hardship Fund, have been taken on board by Cabinet, and they did make changes in response to our recommendations. And I would direct all members of the committee to the section in the Corporate Committee on the report and reserves. And it would be easy to get an impression that the Council had blown through a lot of reserves, but once the COVID response was taken out and other factors accounted for, the committee satisfied itself that we're in as good a position as any other council. Namely, we're all in trouble, it's just the depth that varies. I will let the other chairs speak to their individual reports, but I'm sure that they'll all want to join me in thanking the officers for their support to the committees, turning our discussions into reasoned prose and my ramblings even into poetry. I want to thank members of every committee and irrespective of party for their contribution, to the directors and officers and the cabinet members who have supported the scrutiny work with their presence and input. Thank you. And a special word of thanks to Martin Henry, Richard Woods, Tracy Tiff and my Vice Chair, Sam Rumans, and Malcolm Longley, who's attended many of our meetings as the relevant portfolio holder. Thank you all on the Corporate Committee for putting up with me for another year, and I'm grateful to you all. Scrutiny is an important function and needs to be recognised. So, Madam Chair, I move that the Council notes the annual reports 2023-24 of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees, Adult Social Care and Health, Children, Education and Housing, Corporate and Place, as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Nick Sturgis Alex to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing further to add. I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I go to Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank everybody who has done all the work on scrutiny. Like Councillor McCord, I think this is a really important part of the democracy of this council. I am struggling, however, to really understand what difference the scrutiny committees have made. I'm really pleased to report there are recommendations, and I'm glad to hear from Councillor McCord some of those recommendations have been taken up. But I am struggling to see what the rationale for the other scrutiny groups are. I can see that the councillors on those committees have received a huge amount of information. I don't think scrutiny is just about receiving information. I think it's about analysing that information and making recommendations to Cabinet. And I can't see where that is taking place. So my question really is, what difference is scrutiny making to the work of the council? A further question would be for Councillor McCord. My understanding of this year's budget is that it's been very fragile. My understanding of next year's budget is going to be even more fragile. It would be for Councillor McCord to alert the rest of the council if there is a need for us to know how fragile exactly that budget is in the course of the year, and whether we are at risk of having another 114 order placed on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I think scrutiny is an incredibly important function. I've said it before, I struggle a little bit with the way in which we run scrutiny here. I don't see the recommendations. I mean, we did make recommendations on adult scrutiny. They're not referenced here. They're not detailed. I don't know how many of those recommendations where we've suggested Cabinet look at something have been handled. That doesn't come back to me, so I don't understand whether they've done anything. So I referenced the migrant worker recommendation earlier on, and I don't know if Cabinet have assessed whether or not there is a risk to us, or indeed they've even looked at that particular recommendation. I really struggled. I know it was a recommendation for us to do it, but I really struggled when adults and children's were split up. I understand the rationale behind it because it's such a large work programme, but many of the items that are considered at those two committees are so interlinked, and actually the different reports come together and inform the outcomes of the other report. So I found that hard. I find it difficult when there's a lack of contribution or questions that are raised within the Scrutiny Committee, and the Chair will appreciate that I beg every time for us to actually make a recommendation and say something that we need to do out of the report. I don't like harping back to things, but I really enjoyed Scrutiny at the Borough. I really felt that it was a cross-party network and there was no protectionism of the reports that were coming to us. No one wanted to protect it. Everyone wanted to see it in the open. It had a Conservative chair. I had no problem with that. It was very open. Key performance indicators came to scrutiny, and we could individually look at those key performance indicators and then decide what reports we were going to have a look at or what subjects we were going to choose from. I don't feel like I have that as part of this scrutiny. I don't feel like I'm that well informed to choose, so I might pick something that I think is, what I would like to know more about and I would like to ask questions on. So I'd really like us to look at the structure of the committee, how it
Could
reviews
I ask
items.
you to sum up, please?
Certainly,
Councillor
Chair.
Roberts.
How it reviews items, how its recommendations and outcomes of recommendations are fed back to it to enable it to actually inform its work plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to thank, firstly, all the officers, councillors, cabinet members who've contributed to the work of the Place Overview Scrutiny Committee. I'd also like to thank members of the public who engaged fully with our surveys and our requests for their involvement too. In fact, I think we had over 3,000 responses to the Voice Scooters effective trial scrutiny work that we had, a piece of work absolutely brilliantly chaired by Councillor Alison Eastwood, Vice Chair of this Council and Vice Chair of the Scrutiny Committee. We were absolutely impartial as a scooter rider myself and plenty of business interest in them. Councillor McCord, I felt in the best interest of the Council that I wouldn't taint or slant the outcome of that review, and therefore that was chaired independently by Councillor Alison Eastwood. I'd also like to point out that on page 4, Madam Chairman, that we have 15 examples of some of the work that the Place Overview Scrutiny Committee has been looking at very carefully. I'd like to thank all the members of the committee who worked very hard and contributed consistently throughout the year. We've also got indications and overview of all those sections within the report. I'm very happy to look at that and always very happy to welcome all members to the committee meetings. And it has to be said that the superb support that we've had and full public engagement makes scrutiny very robust and very much worthwhile. And I'd like to thank all the officers who've supported us throughout the year, including Tracy and Marina. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Malcolm Longley.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come back on the point, I think it's Danielle's point primarily here. The Scrutiny Committee it's a tough call when you go to that, when you before them. You've got Ian, we all know Ian, and you've got Sam as his deputy, and you've got a number of other very capable people. And it's not an easy ride to go down there and explain what you're trying to do on these figures. So I do refute the comment there, Danielle. And I would have brought this up in my report on later on in the meeting, but it's not a fragile a budget by any means this year. These things are all about balance. You can always balance something, but you've got to weigh that up about the damage you might do if you do. So it's not fragile. It's balance. And this year we're in a good position at this point of the year. I'm comfortable with it. Way to go. And I always say the same thing, it's so far so good, but it's not fragile. Next year's, I was pointing out, the leader asked me to point this out to you, that we've gone through the budget, gone in great detail. It's a big task, and we've now got a budget that is balanced, and that's what we will be presenting to the Cabinet in December and to yourselves in February, on February the 20th. So it's not fragile, it's well balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall. Unfortunately, you turned your mic off there, Councillor Randall. We will come back to you. You've pressed it in the queue. So can I go to Councillor Andrew Grant next?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I'd like to thank all the members of the committee in the first year, which was quite a good set-up because it meant we were starting afresh and had the opportunity to see various bits of work that the previous Adults Committee had done that again came into children's. And it was a good year because a lot of people took an interest. There were 2 superb working groups set up. Unfortunately, the SEN one was taken on by Harry, and unfortunately, because of various things with the government coming in and the inspection, obviously we've had to curtail that because obviously things are taking place. The foster caring one, that also will come in this year, so I'm not going to talk about it now, but again, some great work was done by the committee. Housing, again, because we have housing, that also enabled the committee again to take on something which perhaps hadn't had real scrutiny. Adam Round obviously was the portfolio holder at the time and attended many of the committee meetings, and we certainly did take some recommendations to Cabinet, and the majority of which were endorsed. So it's really been a great effort. Thank you also to the officers and also to the various people that have come and contributed to the committee and the advice that they've given. I think we've really questioned well. I think the people have enjoyed it. Sadly, when we talk about these committees, there's only 4 a year, and you think that perhaps 2 to 3 hours, is that really sufficient? Because I think sometimes we bog ourselves down with only having set times when perhaps meetings could be more frequent and maybe more necessary. So again, thank you once again, Madam Chairman, and I will now stop.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo all that Councillor Roberts said with regard to the history of scrutiny on the borough, I feel it worked much more effectively, and for me, evidence of that is the fact that it won a national award on the borough, so it does seem a shame to me that in setting up and starting off in the unitary council, we've moved away from a lot of the elements of scrutiny that worked so well that they were nationally recognised, and I think that's a real shame. And so I do agree we should meet much more often in a year in order to be more effective and cover more topics. There should be a lot more work going on. There should be greater public involvement and greater member involvement with the system of what's decided for scrutiny. So I invite the Council to have a reflection and to think about what can be done to improve the democracy of scrutiny and the effectiveness of scrutiny, so we can actually get back to a model that was nationally recognised.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I many a time have an issue with the way that scrutiny is run, and I echo my fellow councillors' concerns. I don't think scrutiny meets nowhere near enough, and, you know, we don't advertise scrutiny enough out there to the public and let the public, you know, every member of the public, if they have got a concern, can put forward a request for it to come to scrutiny. Scrutiny is a critical friend, and more often than not, officers come along and deliver a report and give us a lot of information, but we don't take any recommendations from there. Our task and finish groups are very poorly attended. Scrutiny should be something that every councillor, there's an interest in there for every one of our councillors, and I'd urge every one of you to get on a task and finish group. I've sat in scrutiny, some of the scrutiny committees, and there've only been 2 members regularly speaking. And, you know, every member around that scrutiny should participate in that. So, you know, as leaders, you know, we need to think very carefully about who we put on those scrutiny committees as well, because, you know, we need them to be effective. They are a critical friend, and we are all in this together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ken Pritchard. I'll go to Councillor Rosie Humphreys. If you press your button again, Ken, you will speak next. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful. I lost my place in the queue earlier when I had to take my microphone off. However, I'll be very brief because Councillor Randall really has taken the words from my mouth. I was simply going to echo other members' views that scrutiny is such an important function, and perhaps one of the most important functions of the Council. But going forward, I do think members of scrutiny committees, having joined one this year, should think carefully if they really want to be on that committee and contribute, because the committee I belong to, there are a number of members who don't say anything, look at the mobile phones, etc. So that that's really not good enough. So everyone who's on that committee should take their role seriously and contribute equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ken Pritchard. Councillor Pritchard, I'm afraid you pressed your mic again. When I come to you, don't press your mic. You've lost your place in the queue. If you press it again, I'll come back to you. Councillor Rosie Herring.
Thank you. It was my privilege to chair the Adult Social Care and Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee during 23-24, and I'd like to thank all the members of the committee that contributed. We did look at a wide range of topics, and just because recommendations were maybe not made always to Cabinet, it didn't mean that we weren't actually scrutinising and holding people to account, and also contributing to the reports that that were made, and it was also an opportunity to look at some of our partners and get more information from our health partners, which my committee is required to do. But we did make some useful recommendations, and Councillor Roberts did mention one of them, and I will come back to her to find out what actually happened to the risk register on that recommendation, so thank you for that. There was also a task and finish group started on support for unpaid carers, which fed into the adoption of the new carer strategy for West Northampton. This work was ably brought to fruition by Councillor Humphreys, and I thank her for the work in chairing that task and finish group. And I'd like to personally thank the support given by officers and members of the committee, and urge all councillors who are members of scrutiny committees to continue to attend meetings and contribute, as scrutiny plays a vital role in the operation of this council. So many thanks.
Thank you. I will just take the 3 speakers asking questions that are listed now and then go back to Councillor Sturgis, Alex, as we've got a long agenda. So Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift. Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift, you're in the queue. I will come back to you. Councillor Ken Pritchard, you don't have to press the button. We'll come down to look at your mic. Just bear with us a moment.
Thank you, Chair. I finally got to speak. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. It's one of these things, actually, and obviously my thunder has been taken by Andrew Grant and Zoe Smith and Wendy Randall. I actually sit on one of the scrutiny committees, and I must say it's been adequately chaired by Councillor Ian McCord. But having said that, is when you look at the function of the scrutiny committee, I don't think it's actually achieving the sort of situations that in fact it should actually achieve. Because when you look at it, we obviously look at very much so from the budget perspective, but there are so many other issues that we as scrutiny could actually cover. When I look at some of the reports that come through, and I look at it and it says, has scrutiny been actually had to look at it and commented? And it says no. And so therefore, I think there should be a lot of extra work that should actually go to scrutiny. And should scrutiny meet more often, perhaps on a monthly basis? Perhaps that's something, obviously, the Constitution could look at. So perhaps Ian would like to comment on those particular recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift next.
Oh, thank you so much. I will, Councillor Rosie Humphrey, say something about the most important, the scrutiny is the most important function. I could not leave it alone. I think audit and governance is as important as scrutiny, and Councillor Marco has invited the chair of audit and governance to go on triangulation so we can work with audit and scrutiny, because the two are very important, and I have to plug for audit, because a good audit and a good governance make sure that the scrutiny work well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Meredith, you've pressed to speak. I did say we were only going to have the last three speakers, but as there's only two left to go, Councillor Rumans and yourself, please go ahead, but please keep it short. Thank you.
Hey. Hello. Oh, that's okay. It's been suggested by the councillors here about scrutiny being better on the Borough Council, and I totally agree. But what we've got to realise here now, there's no good talking about scrutiny and how it shapes out and how it's going to go now. What really should be happening is a committee ought to be set up to have a look at the future of the scrutiny and see how it's going to go with the next term administration, whoever's in administration. Because I do think I represented scrutiny for the last 16 years, and I thoroughly used to enjoy it, and because it was really something that you could take part and that you could actually put in an input, even if you was a backbencher. So it's a good thing, that scrutiny. But I do feel scrutiny has got lost. When we was on the borough, we had what we call a really good scrutiny officer who was absolutely brilliant. And we used to visit lots and lots of different places to go down when we was doing scrutiny work. As I say, I think a committee ought to be set up to look into the future of scrutiny to make sure it functions in a proper way. And that committee could then put recommendations to the new administration, whoever it will be. So that's all I wanted to say, Chair, and thanks for allowing me the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our last speaker on this, Councillor Sam Rubens.
Thank you, Chair. Scrutiny at the word of public bodies is absolutely critical. The scrutiny operation that councils have, and I'm talking nationwide, even if we were to look at whichever council the LGA says does the best job of it anywhere in the country, I'm not sure even them would be doing a particularly effective job by the nature of how this system works. I think nationally we need a look at how scrutiny really works and are we getting outcomes from it. Are officers across councils all over the country genuinely feeling like the councillors on their that represent them or that are meant to be holding them to account are actually breathing down their necks and able to hold them to account. I'm not sure. And I think what Ken mentions about you only see scrutiny being mentioned in reports very rarely because ultimately it can only touch, I don't know, 1%, 2% of the things that are going on in West North Ends. And so we probably need to have a review of that. I think in terms of the situation we have, I would support a move to trying to have much more regular meetings of each of the committees, even if it's down in smaller numbers, so that there is a much more regular dialogue and more effective connections between what's going on. At the moment, we have, 4 or 5 meetings a year of the corporate scrutiny, for example. Yes, we talk about some good stuff in there. Yes, we've got some good work done, but actually it's very disjointed. Each meeting feels like a standalone event and not linked to the previous one, and there's not that follow-on, and I just don't think that proper accountability of officers and others is really possible on an ongoing basis under the scheme that we currently have. And so there's maybe things that we can do as a council to be better, but I think we need to be feeding into the LGA and saying what can we do nationally to improve how this system actually works, because at the minute, to me, it doesn't really do enough.
Thank you, and thank you all members for raising all those points. We've had good debate on that, so I'll go back to Councillor Nick Sturgis-Alex, who reserved his right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of points I'd really want to pick up on is firstly, I agree that we don't get enough participation, particularly in task and finish groups, so I'd like to see better participation. But to answer specifically some questions that were raised by Councillor Stone and Councillor Roberts, I've got a couple of examples where I actually think it is working. So in adult social care, we're actually reviewing the provision contracts that are up for renewal, and we are actually passing recommendations back to Cabinet, and we're very mindful when those decisions are being made when Cabinet meets, and we refer back to the timetable to make sure that we're getting that information in and we are getting output back. And on another committee that I sit on, which is the Children's, we had representation from Children's Mental Health, and there were several officers that arrived at this meeting on force and were painting, shall we say, quite a rosy picture of that service. And they were given a very different description of what was going on and were given tasks to take away to come back to us with. So it demonstrated to me that there is very much a purpose to scrutiny and what we're doing. And I think, Councillor Roberts, you made a point on cross-party contact. And again, this evening I was in a conversation with Councillor Randall about exactly a discussion that had gone on, to show that will is there. So it may not be perfect, but I think it will only get better over time.
Thank you. I will now ask Councillor Ian McCord to answer questions raised during the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That was quite an interesting 15-20 minutes, but it is rather interesting that we spent 15-20 minutes on internal matters and arguably even navel-gazing, but we've just spent the best part of £3 million on 2 items in 5 minutes flat. And maybe the general public might wonder about our sense of priorities. As for, it was interesting, we've touched on a wide range of topics. I don't know about the award for the borough. The only thing I would say, I would love to know who was the runner-up. The other items that have been raised, there were a number of themes, I think, coming out. The effectiveness of scrutiny. We should have more meetings, attendance, and I would gently say to particularly the administration, it seems to, certainly on some of the ones that I get involved with, they're the ones that have more difficulty in turning up. Whether or not we get recommendations to Cabinet, there's certainly been, I can't speak for the other committees, but I certainly know there have been recommendations from Cabinet from my committee. My frustration actually is that after committee makes that recommendation, it sometimes takes an awful long time to work its way through to the Cabinet agenda, and I've turned up to Cabinet, as members of Cabinet will know, and said I was expecting to see a recommendation from my committee that we made last month, and it wasn't there. So it does happen. I'm not saying these things, and I'm not defending it. As for more meetings, we actually had that discussion at corporate ourselves, but we know we're resource constrained. This is a system that's beautifully modelled on the select committee system in in Westminster, modelled in all respects, except we just don't have their resources. And if we had their resources, we could really help. One or two particular points. Danielle's point around budget, I think, has been dealt with Malcolm, but my understanding will be that the draft budget, I think, is due out next week. And I would really caution against, setting hairs running about Section 114 agreements and not Section 114 notices and things like that. I have every faith that if we were in that problem, if there was something that needed to be done, our 151 officer in Martin would be the very first to raise that flag and shout loudly. And I, for one, if I thought there was anything, to use her word, fragile, I'd be the first one to raise it. And certainly, I've not seen anything. I'm not saying it's easy. I appreciate that it is tough. But nonetheless, 19th of December, we will get the draft settlement, and we will look forward to seeing how much more generous it will be then. Can I thank Ken also for his judgment?
Could I ask you to finish summing up, please, Councillor Cord?
Absolutely, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the input, and I will move the report.
Thank you. I will go to the vote. Thank you. The proposal is passed. I will take the next report, but after the next report, I suggest we take the break that you're accustomed to around about this time. So I presume, Councillor Brown, I am going to you in the absence of Councillor Hallam.
Yes, indeed, Madam Chairman. This is a paper that, the nature of which members will be familiar with. We're required by the Constitution to request that Council approves any remuneration of officers where that may exceed £100,000. We try to avoid highly paid posts in addition to those that we already employ wherever possible. However, certain specialities mean that we have to bring in additional workers, and the ambition here is actually that the 4 posts named will hopefully not exceed that £100,000 threshold, but there is the potential for them to do so. Therefore, in order to avoid any technical difficulties further down the line, we're asking Council's consent to approve the pay thresholds at this meeting tonight. So the roles are data migration lead, implementation program manager, contracts and employment lawyer, and a senior property brackets regeneration lawyer, all involved in the implementation of the new Northamptonshire Children's Trust case management system. The good news for members here is that those costs will be shared with North Northamptonshire Council as their appointments at the Children's Trust. However, we as West Northants hold this particular budget, and therefore we have to bring this approval to Council this evening. So I move the recommendations in the paper, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Andrew Grant to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm delighted to second the item, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Do you reserve your right to speak? Okay. I will go to Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, if I may. My downloaded copy of the paper's on page 309, 1.2.1. It appears to me that the number is inaccurate. It looks like there's a 0 missing. It's clear, it's fair to say from the rest of the report what numbers we're talking about, but I think for the sake of accuracy, we should make sure that reports are correct when we're talking about these sorts of numbers. That's my first point. My second point is, could I get some clarity how these roles sit in the context of spend and investment, particularly in light of the fact that we obviously accepted the voluntary redundancy of our legal director with the proviso that that was going to save costs. There wasn't a high exit cost, but there was a pension funding contribution. So I just want to be sure how that sits, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. This is the second one of these reports we've had in quite quick succession. And after the last report, I asked Councillor Hallam if he could give me a little bit more information, because I'm always concerned when you see interim reports or agency use, because it inflates our costs and it unnecessarily, and actually the individual member of staff doesn't receive the money, somebody else does, and I don't really like it. So he confirmed that we've currently got 28 permanent roles on the establishment which earn over £100,000. They've been evaluated using the Hay scheme. They've been fully evaluated appropriately. I've got no criticism or question around the evaluation of those roles. That's not why I'm raising it. But we've also got, at the time of he wrote to me last time in August, we've got 23 temporary roles supplied through Opus where the potential is for the salary to be over 100,000. That's 23 plus another 4. That's 27 roles. And the majority of those are on an interim basis, so they won't actually reach the £100,000 threshold, but there's the potential for them to. And they're all agency-based. Now, some of them are project work, where I accept that you may need to bring somebody in on an interim basis, and people don't want temporary contracts, and that needs to be done through an agency. But we don't seem to have any understanding in these reports, and nothing ever comes with them to tell us how that sits in the council structure, and how many of those interim vacancies end up being a permanent vacancy, and also what the cost would be if we were actually advertising them on a permanent basis rather than on an interim basis, because I think there's a cost reduction there. They wouldn't be over 100. They would not be over £100,000 if they were being employed on a permanent basis. So, and we don't seem to have a lot of the skill set that we need within the authority for some of these roles. So I wonder whether there's actually some merit of assessing the roles we have got, and whether or not employing some of those people on a permanent basis would actually give us scope to then bring people into project work. I know Councillor Halmy is interested in talking about it. I know he's definitely not opposed to doing that. But it frightens me that we've got 27 roles on, potentially temporary roles.
Could I ask you to sum up, please?
Yes,
now,
thank you. They are temporary roles, and they are costing us more than 100k, mainly because of the use of the agency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Hopefully your mic will work. Councillor Ken Pritchard.
Thank you, Chair. I've actually found out how to work them. Just one of the questions that I've cut, and obviously from a financial perspective, it states in excess of 100,000. How much is in excess of £100,000?
Thank you. There being no other questions, I will go back to Councillor Grant to see if there's anything he'd like to add. No, I will therefore go back to Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Taking Councillor Roberts' question, first of all, I think if there was a saving to be made by making these appointments making them permanent, then obviously we take that step. But certainly in regards to these appointments in the paper before us today, they're temporary and they're via agency because they're relating to a specific project that's time limited. So making them permanent doesn't make any sense, and particularly because they're regarding specific specialisms related to this project. So I've every faith that if HR and the Chief Executive saw the potential for savings by taking the kind of strategic approach you outlined, then they do so, because there is a huge focus at the moment, upon my request, on those higher salaries and limiting that reliance on agency workers. In terms of Councillor Pritchard's question about how much in excess, I did say when I introduced the report, we hope that actually it's not going to exceed those thresholds. This is allowing us some flexibility to go beyond £100,000. Should the project go on a little longer than we anticipated, but I'll quite happily get a maximum figure for him if indeed one exists. And equally, Councillor Harris, I'm going to have to write to you with the answer to your question, because I just don't have the detail on that with me today. So, but thank you for the question.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. Okay. The proposal is passed. It is now 7 o'clock, so I'm proposing the customary 15-minute break. So I will see you back here in your seats at 7:15. Please ensure you return on time. Item 17, WNC Honorary Freeman Scheme. I invite Councillor Andy Kilbride to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you very much, Chair. Happy to present this report and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Phil Larratt to second the proposal.
Pleased to second, Madam Chairman, and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. I will now move to members of the Council who wish to comment. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst it's really important to honour people in the community who make a really important contribution, we would just like to note that at the moment there is a real party political bias in terms of the committee that looks at the appointments, and at the moment it's all made up of the Conservative group, in order to ensure that all members of the public can enjoy an equal opportunity to be accepted into the scheme and to be honoured for the work that they do. And given that it's a civic, not a political balance committee, we suggest that it's important that going forward it's considered that there be a cross-party membership of the civic community to ensure that there's full balance and an opportunity for the public to be acknowledged.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to echo those comments made by Councillor Smith. Again, I would agree that it is important to be able to recognise people in our community for the good work that they've done. I would add that, as the points raised at Democracy and Standards Committee, I do think we've got more important work to do at the moment than focus on these sorts of issues fundamentally. So I guess I'm just disappointed that we're taking time and officers' time to work on something that I think is fairly low down the pecking order. We do have a national honour system, which arguably is now a fairly dishonourable honour system. But I also just want to make that point that at the moment the Civils Working Group is not politically balanced in any shape or form, and I think really it should be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you, Chair. It does say that members may, at the chairman's discretion of the working groups, request attend meetings as required. I've got no idea when the meetings are held. I don't know if they're in the council calendar. But I again echo that, you know, it is a civic working group. It's not a political group, and it should be cross-party. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dennis Meredith. Councillor.
1 minute. That's it. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Well, when I first got this on the agenda, and I thought this was an excellent thing to offer this to people out in, you know, the ordinary people, the unsung heroes, the people that work with the young people, people who work with the elderly, and I thought this was a great honour to be able to give that to people. I'm not very keen on the actual honours list because I think, to some respects, it's not done fairly. I mean, if you're like a football player or an athlete or anybody like that, you're awarded an honour, and I don't think that is really the case. They do that to publicise the honours list, and I think that is absolutely terrible to do that because, as I say, there's so many people out there that deserves these types of honours, and they should be awarded that. One of the criticisms I've got of this is that if you're a councillor, that you can't become an honorary freeman, and I don't really agree with that because lots of councillors, it doesn't matter what side of the party you're on, lots of councillors work within their wards to do good things for people, and that's one of the reasons why we are a councillor, to help people to achieve better things in their lives. And I can't really see why councillors can't receive this honour. And also, I do take the point that the committee that is set up is not done fairly, because it should be cross-party. There should be at least 2 or 3 people from each group to pick out who's going to have the honours. And why it is that the majority on that committee are Conservative, I don't know. I don't know how that come about, or who.
Councillor Meredith, can I ask you to sum up now?
Yeah,
I think we've all asked the same
I will,
question.
thanks. Yeah, I don't want to overdo my time, but I do think that ratio should be sorted out, because it's not really fair, is it? Thank you.
Thank you. There being no other questions, I will go back to Councillor Phil Larratt to see if he'd like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll leave others to comment on the makeup of the committee, but I do feel that this authority needs to be able to honour and recognise our citizens who do very well or bring West Northamptonshire into a good light, are successful in promoting West Northamptonshire, and are an asset to the community, whether it be through community work, whether it be through promoting the area, through winning a medal in the Olympics or whatever. We should be able to have that facility, and to me, that's what this is all about. It's totally important for our citizens that this is something we can do. I know other councils used to do it, and parish councils can even do it. I mean, I was at the annual general meeting of Hackleton Parish Council, and the first item on the agenda was the freedom of the parish to a long-serving citizen who had been a particular warden within the village for many, many years. And it was great to see that award being made, and I think, you know, in recognition of her service, and I think that's the sort of thing we need to be able to do. And I know that when I was chairman of the county council didn't have the facility to do this, which I thought was a great shame, and we had to circumvent it by holding receptions and for certain people. So I do think it's important, something that's important and something that we do, and that we recognise our residents and citizens who've done a good job or have earned such an honour. And that's why I'm fully supporting this. I think we should get on with it and recognise our wonderful community and what a great deal of our residents actually do on behalf of the community, and more nationally and internationally to bring credit to West Northamptonshire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I go back to Councillor Andy Kilbride to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Chair. I do acknowledge Councillor's comments on this topic. It is very important that we do recognise all the hard work by individuals and groups throughout West Northamptonshire Council, and this is the mechanism for it. So without further ado, I'll just go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. The proposal is passed. Item 18, changes to political balance and committee places. I'm presuming in the absence of Councillor Hallam, we go to you again. I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to introduce the report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Please excuse my lateness. Perhaps something we'll talk about later, the impact of flooding on train times. I'd like to propose the report as tabled, listen to any comments, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Hinch to second the proposal.
Madam Chairman, in the absence of Councillor Hitch, I'm delighted to propose I'll hold my right to reply.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yes, I nearly pressed the button. Sorry, Chair.
That's okay.
I would just like to welcome Councillor Sue Sharps into our Labour group. She is an exceedingly hard-working...
Councillor Randall, can we go to the paper, please?
Am I on the wrong one? Am I on the wrong one?
No? You're on,
Is it?
you're on
Okay.
the right one. Because change it, yes.
Apologies.
Oh, you made me thought I was on the wrong item then, Chair. Councillor Sue Sharps is a really hard-working, well-respected councillor, and she's a councillor for all the right reasons. So welcome, Councillor Sharps. I look forward to working with you, as does the rest of my group.
I wasn't going to get political with this, Chairman, but since it's gone down that road, I'd obviously welcome Councillor Sharps into her new position and hope she joins me in looking at some of the issues that are affecting farmers, small businesses, pensioners, all of those sorts of things. I hope are top of her list.
Councillor Sue Sharps.
I would just like to say it's always nice to be welcomed by the Conservative group. You do it so well and you do it with aplomb. So thank you, Mike.
Okay. Are there any other councillors wishing to speak on this paper? If not, I will go back to Councillor Grant. No? Okay, if I go back to Councillor Hallam.
Happy to move to the vote.
I will now take the vote. The proposal is passed. I will now go to item 19, updates to the Constitution. I invite Councillor Andrew Kilbride to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose this paper, but I'd like to just acknowledge Councillor Ian McCord and Jonathan Harris' slight amendment to that. I'm happy to accept that amendment on 5.7.
I invite Councillor Nick Sturgis-Alex to second the proposal.
Second, and nothing further to add, Chair.
Thank you. I've been advised that Councillor Ian McCord is to propose an amendment to the recommendation. You will find a copy of the amendment on your desks. I will invite Councillor McCord to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, but as the administration has accepted the amendment, I have nothing further to do.
Just bear with me a moment. It will still need to go to the vote, I'm being advised.
Okay. Madam Chairman, I formally move then my amendment, which is to append to prevent the guillotine from dropping on any motion which has a monetary implication and in-year budget change. At the last meeting, as members will be aware, the guillotine fell before we'd managed to discuss the acquisition of the Corn Exchange. And that seven-figure expenditure was nodded through, and I think that was poor governance. Worse from the fact that members had said to me we should consider calling in the decision from Cabinet, who were uneasy about some aspects of that particular purchase, and I argued with them that there was little point in calling it in, as to me the gold standard decision-making, such as it is a full council decision, and as it was a full council decision, all those issues could be aired in full council, but they weren't. So that's the purpose of my amendment, is to make sure that where we're dealing in monetary sums, they can't be subject to a guillotine. However, I'll maybe speak when we get to the substantive motion.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Jonathan Harris to second the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second this, particularly as a member of the Corporate Scrutiny Committee. I think, quite frankly, it was a nonsense at the last meeting when we had an item such as the item that we're discussing simply nodded through, and we really must prevent that being the case in future for anything of that sort of nature. Full council meets so infrequently, and so very often debate is compressed. So I think we should focus on doing our duty rather than worrying about heading home for cocoa. Thank you.
I will now go to members of the council who wish to comment on this amendment. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely, the amendment makes sense. Totally understand where Councillor McCord is coming from, and my group will vote for the amendment.
Thank you. There being no other comments from the floor, I will go back to Councillor Jonathan Harris to see if there's anything further he wishes to add. No.
I think it should be Councillor McCord, actually, who's moved them.
I will go back to Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Chairman. In the interest of efficiency, I suggest we just move to the vote on the amendment.
Can I now go to the vote? Okay. I will now go to Andy Kilbride for a right to reply. To the amendment to the...
Happy to take it, Chair. Go to the vote.
Now I'm told I can go to the vote. I think the amendment is accepted. Now where do I go back to?
The amendment has been changed. Original. Yes, so you've now got the amendment has changed. Yes, you've now got the substantive motion. So actually to discuss that.
We will now discuss the substantive motion. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Are there any councillors that wish to speak? Councillor John Shepherd.
Chairman, thank you. I'll just share with members an incident the other day that occurred in the course of the audit meeting. We had a fairly full agenda, and we were at 8:15. We were going strong towards the end when we were told that we had to vacate the building because the car park was about to be closed. Chairman, I've expressed the view in the past, although I was not able to do anything about it during the 2 years I served on the top table here, that it frankly is somewhat arrogant of the council to dictate the times at which committees of the council meet, when it meets at 5 and it dictates that committees should not meet before 6. Now that, in my opinion, is illogical. And also quite, as I say, quite arrogant. When we set up the council, we established the precedent that committees could choose their own starting time. We've since changed that. I cannot propose anything now, and I would not suggest that there's anything done during the currency of this term of this council. But I give notice that if I'm still around in May, which is not guaranteed, I will seek to engineer, if I may, some form of free vote on the question of timings of committee meetings, essentially being at the discretion of their chairman. I just thought I'd mention that at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's rather interesting when we make these rules and then things happen, like we start the meeting an hour later and then suddenly realise we've truncated a meeting because it had to start an hour later for other reasons. And we're bringing this too. But I have to say, from the comments that I picked up from a number of comments, I think I'm more onto something for what I did earlier in moving that hour of Cabinet answers to non-questions to the end of the meeting. And forgive me, Cabinet, I'll probably not bother to stay for it if we get through it by whatever we get through it. But the first 2 hours of this meeting has been an awful lot more productive than the first 2 hours of many. So maybe we should be asking the Chair of Standards and Democracy to look at that and reordering our agenda. But probably slightly out of order, but nonetheless, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't agree more. I think it's been the most productive council meeting I've been at for a long time, even though you voted against my motion. but we've done some really good work, and we should absolutely do something about switching it around. I wasn't sure whether I could vote for this because I had to ask further questions around the subcommittee that's being set up and whether or not it was going to meet in public in the same way. And I was a bit nervous we were moving kind of like that cabinet function into a secret room to talk about the governance bit. And I was reassured by the terms of reference and the documents that are with it, but it'd been good to have seen that within the papers. So it's just a bit of a note for future reference. And then I'm hoping the chair will indulge me ever so slightly, but there isn't anywhere else on the agenda for me to mention this today. But the anti-poverty strategy committed to having an anti-poverty reference in every single cabinet report. Councillor Goldby's promised it me over and over again, as did the previous leader of the council. Please, Councillor Brown, in your new position, can we get it in these reports? And can the new monitoring officer perhaps make that happen? Okay. There should be an anti-poverty sense check in every report. I think you've made your point. Thank you, Chair.
I will also take away the comments that have just been made with regard to the agenda order. There's no other speakers on this debate, so I will go back to Councillor Nick Sturgis-Alex to ask if there's anything he wishes to add.
Nothing from me, thank you, Chair.
So I invite Councillor Andrew Kilbride to respond to the debate on the proposal. Or the substance.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome those comments, and let's just go to the vote. Thank you.
Okay. I will now go to the vote. Thank you. The proposal is moved. We now go to item 20, motions. Motion 1, proposed by Councillor Bob Purser, reflooding.
Chair, just to check that the amendment has been accepted that arising from Councillor Breeze and my discussions earlier in the week, and I thank her for the very constructive way those were conducted. In which case I shall go on and just introduce the motion, which actually predates the events of last weekend and of this week, but they make more urgent and sort of reinforce the points we're trying to make. I want to start by just expressing our concern and thoughts for all those affected by the flooding this week, many more than for best part of over 20 years, and to acknowledge and thank the hard work of our staff across all the agencies, police and fire, environmental agency, Anglia Water and our own West Northampton staff. I think they were pushed to the absolute limit. Perhaps the review is going to need to review our capacity in these very serious incidents. I'm concerned that actually flooding is a strategic issue that we as a council have not given the priority to that it really requires, given our location, because we do exist in 4 catchment areas, the biggest of which we also exist in the catchment areas of the Avon, the Thames and the Ouse. I want to just focus on the Nen Valley because it's historically flooded, probably back to the last ice age. And we do seem to be experiencing heavier rainfall. Whether this is just within the natural variations or as a result of climate change, but we've now had 2 very serious floods in 25 years. My concern is, one of my concerns is that we've considerably hardened our landscapes over the last 60 years since the development of the new town. And it's not just that we have more development in the floodplain and more of our activities take place in the floodplain, but on the land adjacent to the floodplain has been hardened, so there is more runoff, and it runs off faster, perhaps. I'm not sure we've got that right, and I think we need more advice from the Environment Agency, and I think they need to take more advice. So what So I'm saying that I think we're experiencing more rain and more flooding events. So what we need is an absolutely bang up-to-date flood risk strategy. We need that strategy in place. I realise, I'm going to come on to staffing in a moment, we need to learn every lesson from the Section 19 reports. We've got to learn those lessons. And I would have liked to have had a motion with specific dates and targets and recognise the problems with staffing and that this limits it. And that's why we accepted the amendments as pragmatic. But I do urge the administration to see if you can find a way of getting some dates and targets into it. We do need a fully staffed flood risk team. Nationally, we seem to need more trained staff. And I was looking at today to see where the courses are. There are very few flood risk, hydrology and water resource courses nationally. I wonder if we need to be talking to our university about get that being an opportunity for them, because we need trained staff who can do this important work, and it needs to be a greater priority. Welcome the changes to the website. That is much improved. There's much more useful and useful information. At last, we're getting a website that's actually useful for people, and I welcome that and congratulate those who've managed to do that. We need to make sure that everyone has the right information. And finally, I just want to say that to urge people to take place in the consultation on our climate strategy, because this is all part of how do we prevent, as a community, do we get into this prevention of the dangers from climate change. So I'm happy to move this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will invite Councillor Keith Holland Delamere to second the motion. Do you reserve your right to speak? Okay. Are there any questions?
There it is. There we go. Sorry about that. It was tech problem. Didn't do anything wrong. Okay. I've come across quite a few families who've been affected by the flooding, especially in particular down at Binning Aquadrome. And I just thank also not only the staff at West Northampton and other partner agencies, but also the wider community who have taken some of these families in. It's really recognisable that, like with other situations, our community rallies around and does all it can do to support these communities. As my colleague has already outlined, we are really aware of the capacity problems within the team, and we do look forward to finding out when it will be fully staffed. I think with the communications, we do need to be more proactive on our social media about, it's not just a website, it's also social media, that we need to be more proactive with communicating information and partner agencies and news outlets. So I welcome second this motion and look forward to proceed to the next stage.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, could I just ask you to hold on a moment, because I'm advised this one we do not have to go to debate on the amendment because it's not come from a committee, and I would therefore ask Councillor Rebecca Breeze if she would like to move the amendment. Press your micro, yes.
Connect myself, okay, thank you. I have to say I welcome the comments from Councillor Purser and Councillor Delamere, and in a rare moment of harmony, I agree with absolutely everything both of them have said. They're absolutely spot on. What I have to say is, in addition to what they've said, so I think it's really important for our residents that we make it clear after these 2 periods of really intense rain that we're able to work together for their betterment and to recognise the work of our flood team and support them. We've already heard much about the flooding, but it's useful to know that in September we had the highest ever levels of rainfall recorded for that month across the country, and that the rainfall that occurred this weekend was the highest rainfall ever recorded in our district, even higher than the 1998 floods. As an authority, we are responsible for local streams and brooks, highways, etc. However, the main the main river flood mitigation sits with the Environment Agency, who we do work with closely with in any event. I have spent time this week with residents in my ward who have been significantly impacted by flooding. I've seen firsthand the coordination of our teams with highways, organising pumping out facilities, and the apparent disinterest of Thames Water and my residents who have the misfortune of having their homes contaminated by sewage mixed with floodwater due to the lack of updating and maintenance of foul sewers. That's another really serious issue. I've been in this role for 6 months, and every briefing, the first item is recruitment. We have 5 funded positions in the team and have recruited 2 absolutely excellent full-time staff. We are actively seeking to fill the remaining 3. However, flooding officers, as Councillor Purser has referenced, are a particularly skilled group of technical specialists who have their pick of many job vacancies. Their skills are urgently required in the public sector at organisations like the Environment Agency and in the private sector, water companies, developers, civil engineers and consultancies. Demand for their skills is only going to increase. For our team, I have encouraged, in addition to their day jobs, that they get out and about and meet the parishes. They're now doing this, making themselves available in the evenings to talk to parish councils, actively building relationships with councils and residents, and so helping communities develop resilience to these flooding events. To mitigate the critical gaps that we have in personnel, we use consultants. Now, consultants, although capable, are very expensive. Our staff are dealing with the here and now, helping the council and residents build resilience, putting together bids for flood resilience funding through our local flood resilience forums, investigating reports of flooded homes. But this work has to be prioritised. And although the flooding strategy referred to by Councillor Purser is from 2016 and in need of renewal, it has to wait until we have capacity. The budget for the flooding team and all the work they do is circa £280,000 a year. So within the constraints of a budget that in itself has no further capacity for rainfall, something has to give. Every report of a flooded home is investigated and mitigation measures, whether for the homeowner to implement or other authorities, is considered. A Section 19 report is a major document that is instigated after a significant flooding event and requires input from other agencies and extensive officer time. To get it ready for publication in itself is a significant resource requirement. Resource time that needs to be concentrated on dealing with what is happening now, helping and advising residents while dealing with the ongoing essential day job, responding to planning applications, advising on our nature recovery strategy, attending meetings with outside bodies where WNC's interests have to be represented, and all the other things that have to be done. Every councillor here is aware of the competing services for every pound of funding available. I do not want our scarce resources paying, in the absence of a staff member, for consultants to do something that can reluctantly wait. A particular concern of mine has been the quick and accurate access to information when under the stress of a particular flooding event. Since the September floods, I've been working with staff on improving how residents access quickly the information you need in an emergency. This is work in progress, and with the evolution of the new web pages arriving imminently, I'm assured it will be much more straightforward to headline emergency messages on our homepage and direct residents more quickly to relevant information. But finally, I'd like to thank the Labour Group for their support and working with me in agreeing these amendments, as I think an issue that affects such a cross-section of our residents needs a collegiate response. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Yes. Councillor Fiona Brown. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to second this amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. We will now go to speakers to comment on the substantive motion. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there can be anything barely worse than being affected by flooding, so of course our hearts go out to those people affected. But the reality is that's not enough. Empathy just isn't enough. We must do more. I think it has to be pointed out the current Labour government has opted to defund DEFRA by about 2%. That's not really going to help things. And the previous government decided to cut the funding for the Environment Agency by about 50%. So both of those authorities who have responsibilities in this area are under the cosh. That's the reality of it. We know that we're struggling also to get staff for ourselves, but I understand that's a national problem, not just a local one. We need to urgently focus on mitigation and adaptation. The reality is that climate change is almost certainly linked to the cause of this extra rainfall. I spoke in my area to some of the people on the ground dealing with drains and trying to get water flowing. The drains are working, it's just the volume. It just cannot cope when the volume comes down. We need to remember that we've also had severe flooding in rural areas as well. And all of this is in the name, of course, all linked to the agenda of sustainable development, which is actually a really wobbly stool. Sustainable development is about economy, environment, and social well-being. And the wobbly stool comes about because economy usually comes before the other two. So with regards to the mitigation issue, there are areas that we know will flood. I know at least 3 in my area, repeated pattern on Sunday. We need to ensure that we have signage available quickly and available in those locations to either close roads quickly or to create diversions. They need to be local. It's no good having to ring up the council to get signs out. It's too slow. We also need to make sure we have decent maintenance programs. We knew this storm was coming. We're in the middle of leaf season, all over the streets, all down the drains. As you know, I'm a big fan of trees, but we need to maintain and keep gutters clear because it will just add to the problem.
Councillor Harris, can I ask you to sum up,
Yes,
please?
one final point. We also know that we have many problems with our potholes. Well, guess what? I suspect we've got an awful lot more now, so I'd be very interested to know how that £10 million capital investment's going following the floods at the weekend. Thank you.
Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For all those poor people affected by flooding, it must be an absolute... I don't even want to think what it must be like to have all that water pouring into your home like that. But there have been, it's not once, it's not twice, 3 times, 4 times. And for the public just to hear that we haven't got capacity, it's not very helpful. You know, we do get consultants in for different reasons. We got consultants in for Daventry Master Plan. I'd much rather have had capacity in to look at this. And what are we going to do? What are we going to say to people going forward? I mean, one of the villages nearby to me, they'd got their sandbags stored in their village hall. Their village hall was flooded, so they couldn't get their sandbags out. So, you know, and where do you get them? You know, people phone me up and say, water's coming in, what can I do? And I'm like, well, just a minute, I'll have a look on the website. I don't know where to direct them to go and get a sandbag, because obviously more and more people are being affected now. And if we have another course of rain like that, you know, it's just going to get worse. We see that our pavements are littered with leaves. We haven't got, my understanding is we haven't got machinery to go out and clean those leaves up, so they just get blown in the road and again go back down the drain. So, you know, we've got to say something more than we haven't got capacity, you know, and it's the same as when vehicles go through and they awash, all the water falls again back through those houses. So totally agree that, you know, we need signage out. In Daventry, I've always said, if Daventry is underwater, everywhere else is. Make your way to Borough Hill. And even in Daventry, we've had one of our roads closed. And if we have one of our roads closed through flooding, believe me, the flooding is bad everywhere else. So, you know, please, we've got to do more. We've got to say more. It's no good just saying to people, we're sorry. You know, I really feel for these people, and you know,
Can I ask
insurance.
you to sum up now, Councillor?
You know, that is a real issue. If these homeowners aren't going to be able to get insurance for their homes going forward either, so you know, the same as planning. We're building more and more, and we're tarmacking over more.
Thank you, Councillor
It will get
Randall.
worse.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just with regards to insurance, we had a community safety event last weekend with the parish council, and we had Flood Mary. If nobody, has anybody not met Flood Mary? She's incredible. So please look to the council to actually, it's cost quite a lot to get the mobile. Look to the council to support parishes to get those in place. She was excellent. But Flood Re is a reinsurer that supports people who are affected by flooding. So I would urge anybody affected by it to have a look at Flood Re. It should actually ensure you get reasonable insurance in place. So I just wanted to make that point quickly. We ask our residents to be resilient all the time. We talk to them about being flood resilient, being flood ready, being aware, but we're not ready. We're never ready. It's so difficult to get in touch with anybody. It's so difficult to get anything done. Highways teams are absolutely stretched when we're asking them to clean drains and clear drains. I know we've accepted the amendment, but I am really worried about the thing that says, as soon as practical, once the service is appropriately staffed. It hasn't been appropriately staffed since inception of this authority. I know that the staff in that team are incredibly busy and are absolutely stretched to the hilt. We're paying a fortune for consultants to deliver things that actually we aren't delivering, because we're not delivering Section 19 reports at all. We've said Section 19 reports are the statutory report, but actually they give us lessons learned. So I've been asking for months and months and months for confirmation that we have reviewed the Section 19 flood reports into Far Cotton flooding in 2018, because it made a significant number of recommendations that haven't been carried out yet. We're losing a trick there. Councillor Larratt referenced in a Cabinet report some months ago, pre-June it was, that's when the officer responded to me, so I can't remember the exact date of the report, but he referenced DEFRA funding coming to Far Cotton to look at flood alleviation work. That
Can
isn't
I ask
happening.
you to sum up now,
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Roberts.
I will do. That isn't happening because we haven't got enough people in the team, so they're not progressing the money. We've got money from DEFRA to look at flood alleviation. We've got money for work at Carlsberg. Both of those sites that we're talking about were flooded.
Thank you,
on
Councillor
both
Roberts.
occasions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ashraf, you've turned your mic off. I will take you in the queue later on. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chair. As well as all the people who've been mentioned, and thanks given to all their huge efforts over the flooding, I'd also like to put on record thanks from this council to the Fire and Rescue Control Room and the Police Force Control Room. The workers there had to work many, many additional hours to deal with all the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of calls that came through. I went to visit them and they were really tired, I have to say, but really pleased that they had been able to do a really good job on our behalf. So that was one thing. The other thing is, I think we need to also review some of our planning decisions. So if you look at what's happened around the train station, I've never seen that before. The train station was completely flooded and inoperable for quite a long time. But we have got planning applications for that site to build a car park, a hotel and a conference centre. Those planning, if that is done, that is going to make the risk of flooding ever greater on that site. That is a floodplain, and I'm not sure that the fact it is on a floodplain was taken into consideration when those planning applications were approved. That can't be the only example. I think we ought to ask planning officers to review planning applications that have been approved on floodplains, and maybe they need to be looked at again.
Thank you. Councillor Rumans.
Yeah, I think clearly we have these discussions. Obviously, it's very well timed given all the stuff that's just happened, the horrible scenes that we've seen all over the place. I think there's probably a question to link this back into a thing that I have mentioned and Councillor McCord actually has mentioned over and over and over, which is we need to sort out the funding structure for local government, because we're responsible for so many different things. And we're responsible for loads of different things that are part of flare-up moments like the flooding that we've just had. And if we don't have the funding for place-based services and those types of teams, because we're year after year sapping it into social care without a wider plan as to how we fund that, we're going to continue to have the difficulties of this. I don't doubt that we could probably spend some of the money if we got maybe a bit more efficiently, look at the consultants we use and all those types of things, maybe be more strategic, work with other local authorities and all of those types of things. But the fundamental is there's not enough funding in place-based services, and that's why there are so many different wider impacts from what we've just seen. And so I wonder what we can do to try and lobby government further to try and expedite a process of looking at social care funding and the structure of it, so that all these different things that we talk about time and time again can actually be addressed long-term once and for all. But I live in hope.
Thank you. Councillor Ashraf, no need to press your mic, just speak.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to mention the residents in my ward where I visited and saw the devastating effects of flooding. I saw raw sewage, damaged furniture and service water still surfacing after days of rainwater that quickly put these residents in a state of panic and distress. Residents in Darlington Green reacted very quickly and reached out to emergency services. However, they found it difficult to navigate the website, but are happy to hear it has since been improved. However, I was appalled to also learn that emergency services arrived, but they decided to leave, abandoning them at a critical time, offering no support. It was their neighbours that intervened. These residents have been unable to return to their homes since September. They have a right to be upset as no assistance has been offered to these residents who are elderly and still haven't been offered any support. And then this council refused to offer council tax exemption. They don't need excuses. Basically, the system let them down. There are many mitigating factors, and on their behalf, I wish to raise some of the concerns that they raised. Was the sluice gate closed at Kings Meadow? Will we be able to sustain a programme of gully and street cleaning? Will flood mitigation measures be planned for new housing in Darlington Brook and Brampton? Will the council look again at the council tax exemption for residents who are unable to live in their property due to flooding? And this council needs to treat all flood victims equally at a difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown? Can you switch your mic off, Councillor Ashraf? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just need to come back on Councillor Roberts' comments about us not being ready. It's just simply not the case. We were absolutely ready, and there was a response that kicked into action immediately. And that's no comfort at all when you've got water coming through your house, destroying your property, all the rest of it. But we had officers and partner agencies working around the clock immediately once they were required. Street cleaning, drain cleaning equipment kicking into action as soon as it was safe to access. Highways getting out and closing roads. There was a full-scale response. And I accept Councillor Roberts' previous criticism that we need to be better on the strategic front, and especially in the communication of what we're doing strategically. And that's been one of my key asks of the Chief Executive in the aftermath, that we now, in tandem with making sure that our preparedness for the responsive side of things is as good as possible, we get better at communicating what we're doing in the longer term on the preventative side of the debate. But please, those services were ready. I accept that I see far more than other members, but there was an instant and absolutely all-encompassing response. But I know that that's no comfort to people who have been affected by these awful floods.
Thank you. Councillor Eales.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a contribution which really kind of underpins perhaps how short-staffed we are and be able to respond to queries in relation to flooding. I made some representations following the September floods where residents in Darlington were flooded out because some eagle-eyed residents came across something on the government website that was entitled Government Payments for Communities Affected by Floods. It was a funding announced by the previous Conservative government, and in there it talks about £500 cash to help with immediate costs, and then eligible flood-hit property owners can apply for up to £5,000 to help make their homes resilient. And then it finishes by saying this funding will be available via local authorities. So I made representations because it doesn't read that it was a time limited, even though it was announced around Storm Henk in January. It doesn't specifically say that funding was capped to a particular time period. So my query was, is this still open for residents to apply for? Frustratingly, I got a response this morning. The timing is probably no coincidence, given where we are today. It was a very simple question. Is this fund still available? If it's not, is there anything else? And I've since had a response, as I say this morning, saying that the government has not triggered the flood recovery grant because of these more recent floods. So, whilst I appreciate the movers and seconders of the motion probably don't have the authority or the influence to make representations to the government, perhaps people on the other side of the table could, to ask whether or not the government could release funding to assist people that have been affected, not just by the most recent floods, but the ones in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We started the meeting today where you gave a big thanks to a very important voluntary service that we have in the county of Northampton Search and Rescue, who were very active during the flooding, in fact, all the incidents that we've had, not just obviously in flooding. So I'd like to definitely reconfirm those appreciations, those individuals who went out during the nights of the devastation of flooding that we've had recently. I too was out as well, and I've also seen in my own ward of East Hunsby and West Hunsby the difficulties that people live in, and some of those horrendous situations where houses are still drying out from September are then being reflooded. It's a really difficult situation which we all commiserate with. But at the end of the day, commiserations are one thing. Obviously, actions are really important to take where we possibly can. The council is not responsible for rain, as we know, but obviously we all are, and we declared a climate emergency, so it's really important that we all take matters seriously where we possibly can to try and alleviate problems like these in the future. Saying that, the council did obviously attend with rapid service delivery very quickly indeed, all the way around our district, and I'm very impressed to have heard and seen for myself just that evidence of the services going out to help and assist where possible. Some areas physically weren't, and I was drenched beyond belief that evening, and I know many others were too, in being out there supporting residents, and the behaviour clearly by some individuals wasn't very helpful in terms of driving or exposing themselves to danger. And one of those areas, Madam Chairman, that we had to focus upon is really the risk to life. The risk to life is absolutely essential as our number one. And so too is ensuring that obviously planning goes through smoothly in areas where we absolutely highlight the risks to planning homes on floodplains. And we've touched upon it many times this meeting. Floodplains are not the places to build homes. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCourt. Oh. Yes, Councillor Ian McCourt.
I was just trying to get in the queue. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We sent an email, I believe, as a council out talking about a partnership approach to flooding, and one of my residents then wrote to me, who's had his house flooded on numerous occasions in Cosgrove, asking what this partnership approach was, because one of the problems that he certainly faces, Cosgrove, with the canal going through it, you have all sorts of water. You've got rainwater, water, canal water, river water, and everybody that's responsible is a different person responsible for each of these: Anglian Water, Canal and Rivers Authority, Environment Agency, Christ knows who. Problem is that when I've asked on his behalf, what does this partnership approach work with, because he's been battling with all these people saying it's wet but it's not my water, that's canal water going in the drains, and that's Keir, and Keir say that's Anglian water, and so it goes on. I cannot get a response from anybody, and I have written to who I thought was responsible for these matters before on flooding issues within the villages I represent, and just looking at it, 1st of September 23, 3rd of November I chased it, 19th of February this year I chased it, 4th of April I've chased it, I've still not got an answer. The same with the Cosgrove one, I've asked 25th of October of this year and I've still not got an answer. I've no expectation of getting an answer, but nonetheless, when Adam talks about improved communications, it could start here. And when members write to the relevant people, an answer would be nice. And I still don't know what I'm going to tell my resident, other than don't hold your breath that I'm ever going to get an answer, which is exactly what I've told them. But it would be nice to shock everybody, and as Christmas is coming, let's do it for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. I will now go to Councillor Bob Purser to respond to the debate.
Well, Chair, thank members for their contributions to the debate. I think the comments stand in their own right, and I hope that the minute of the meeting will record these and it can be looked at by the Cabinet member and by the team going forward. I just got 2 points I think I want to pick up just finally. One is that we have got to work with the owners of billing to sort the problem out there. This just cannot go on year after, or month after month as it is at the moment, year after year. It's a serious issue of people who really lives should not be affected in the way it is. The second point is that I think there are issues about funding in this area, and it does go back to what happens where you cut budgets both at national level and at local level year after year after year. And we are bearing the results of those cuts. We have to change as a community our attitude to paying our taxes. We have to be willing to see the benefits of working together to provide the common services that we all need. Now, I think there are some people whose political position, they need to reflect on that, because this is why we're in some of the trouble we're in. And I put that actually across all parties, because I think I have a sense that we weren't as honest as we needed to be in this last election. That if we're going to have the public services we need, and it will come on to some other things later on the agenda, if we're going to get those, if we're going to get the services that we need as a community working together, we have to be willing to pay our taxes. And I put that as a challenge to all of us.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. Motion carried. Motion 2, proposed by Councillor Carl Squires, Northampton Partnership Homes. I will invite Councillor Squires to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I've only been a West Northants councillor for a short while, but I've been surprised about how many queries from tenants I've received that just seem to drag on, to try and get them resolved. Especially, I don't have that many MPH properties in my ward. I've attended cabinet meetings which highlighted how few houses MPH had actually delivered over the last few years against target. Only about 266 against a target of probably well over 500. So I wondered what's going on. I chatted to my group colleagues, and actually we all had the same story to tell. Something was not right. So as a group, we agreed on this motion well before Councillor Brown's email and his briefing to Cabinet. We were concerned about the impact this poor performance was having on our residents. However, it seems like we've been overtaken by events now. Our motion looks positively to move this issue forwards for the benefit of NPH residents and the taxpayers of West Northamptonshire. But questions have to be asked about the role of the board. When I last looked, the turnover of directors was staggering. 36 resignations since inception. 17 of the directors only served 12 months or less. How can you have effective governance in this sort of turmoil? I was at audit the other day. The recent report from the external auditor, Grant Thornton, also highlighted the £400,000 pressure reported previously would actually be nearer 2 million due to increased repairs and maintenance. and the council will need to write off a further £2 million due to projects that will no longer proceed and cannot be capitalised. It was good to see Councillor Bryce recognise that we have not been delivering safe, high-quality housing to some of our tenants, as we should have been. However, all this tells us that the model itself just isn't working, and it's time for positive action and not just sticking plasters and a few more meetings. Let's get NPH back under our control. We are now becoming an outlier in still having an arm's-length housing company. Because of the time, Chair, I want to move this motion.
Thank you. I will invite Councillor Jonathan Harris to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second this motion. I want to obviously acknowledge Councillor Brown's statement from earlier this evening, which covered a lot of ground relating to the points that we're discussing. I'm disappointed to see that the proposed amendment, we are minded to accept the amendment, but I'm just disappointed to see that it's taken out the issue about investigation, simply because this is another example of what I would describe as an institutional failing in Northamptonshire. There's no other way to describe it. And I'm just fearful that no investigation means, yet again, no learning, and therefore nothing to apply to make sure we don't do it again. We must fix this for our tenants. That's obviously first and foremost. But we must also learn from this, and the model did not work. We have had councillor representation from both major parties for a long period of time. Rule number one, they're not just representatives, they were company board directors. And rule number one of a board director is to be independent of thought. And I don't see any. Now, if the board has been misled, either deliberately or by incompetence, then that raises even more questions about how we found ourselves in this situation. Our motion also asks for us to be inquisitive. Let's look at those authorities that are getting C1 graded ratings. Let's look at what they do and how they do it. An example being Barnsley Metropolitan Borough, with 18,000 houses on their books, and they still have a C1. Now, one other point in the amendment, it talks about the affordable housing plan. Happy to endorse that, and that's all well and good. But we need social housing, not just affordable housing. And what I would request is that the best way to get more affordable housing in our authority is to instruct our planning officers and committees that we should stick to our planning policy for targets on affordable housing. We don't. No ifs, no buts. It all is argued out with viability. Let's stick to the policy. Other councils do, and they succeed. So that will be my request. Thank you, Chair.
I'll now go to Councillor Brown to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As Councillor Harris has indicated that he intends to accept the amendment, I won't ponder too long on moving it, only to say that the only intention behind removing the investigation into the failure to deliver the required annual target of homes is that in putting together the affordable housing delivery plan, that was already investigated and looked into. So quite happy to find an appropriate forum in which to share the outcome of that work and to allow members to gain a better understanding of it. But it largely comes down to viability assessments on the bigger projects at least. Affordable also encompasses social, so don't worry too much about that. But we had to look at both, at the same time. We, as you well know, as council well knows, we always face challenges over viability when it comes to delivering social homes. But we hope that in future, that by looking at mixed tenures on affordable housing sites, we'll be able to deliver a reasonable number of social homes. And we were privileged enough to have our housing summit this morning, which was attended by a huge number of development partners, all very keen to get working with West Northamptonshire and to help deliver affordable and social housing. And as you would expect from representatives of that sector, there was real passion and real commitment to social housing. So I won't say any more on the amendment, but happy to move it.
Thank you. I will now ask Councillor Herring to second the amendment.
Yes, I'm happy to second the amendment, and I did also just want to thank Councillor Harris for pointing me in the direction of, was it Barnes? To to go and have a, which I will investigate, and also say that I did attend a national forum of the Housing Ombudsman, and I shouldn't have been surprised, but there are, just to point out that there are many councils who are in this same situation and on the same timeline. Some of them ahead of us, some of us quite a long way behind us. So I'm happy to second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Councillor Carl Squires if he accepts the amendment? Is that a yes? Yeah. Okay. I will now invite speakers to comment on the substantive motion. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot of shouting going on from down the end somewhere this evening. I think I'd just like to ask Councillor Harris to just be wary about the sort of, there were members from both major parties on the board. I was a board member. I'm not saying it's not a fact. I'm saying you weren't on the board and weren't part of it. I was a member of the board for a 12-month period, one of those people, just for a 12-month period. It was an incredibly difficult job, and I recognised that I had not the capacity to continue to do that, which is why I stepped down, because I won't do something if I don't have the capacity or ability to do it. We absolutely did scrutinise, and absolutely, I can only speak for myself, but I did ask questions. In fact, on occasions was told we were asking too many. I think that we've got to look at how we get out of this rather than look at how we're in it, because we've got to get out of it. So I wrote to the Chief Executive and asked for details of the impacts in my ward, so which properties hadn't been safety inspected, came back immediately, they've now been dealt with. One of the questions I have got still outstanding, though, and perhaps Councillor Brown could urge that we all ward members get responses to that, is actually how many properties in each of our wards don't have or don't meet the appropriate standard, and what is the timeline or a pipeline of work that's got to be done to get them to that standard. So I'd really like to us all to have that and not use it as a political football. I also think we should really think very, very carefully about whether we do bring back in-house. Now, I don't want to lose this social housing, and I'd hate it if we gave it away to another party. But there were real problems under the borough with the housing, and God forbid that we go back there with the staffing pressures and everything else that we've got on board. So we've absolutely got to take that into consideration and be really careful about the decisions we make there.
Can I ask you to sum up now?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor James Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is an issue which has really affected my ward, Billion Farm, and it's been something that's been dominating my casework over the last few weeks, especially since the report came out. So I'm pleased to see this motion here today. I'm going to speak mainly about the board. I did touch on it at Cabinet last week, but I think that is one of the main areas of focus we need to look at in the future. Clearly, that's the mechanism that allows the kind of transition of data between WNC and West Northampton, also how we hold them account, and that has been a complete, obviously, failure. Now, I don't know why that necessarily has taken place, but clearly we need to look at that, and some of the ideas I'd like to see is far more transparency on the board, so whether that is more public participation, whether we look at streaming meetings, perhaps like we do at WNC, and obviously allowing members who aren't on the board to have more access to it, whether that's to minutes, and it be more well publicised. I think that's one of the key things we need to look at going forward. In terms of the future of MPH, Emma Roberts touched on it. I agree. I don't think that we should be looking to take any kind of quick measures to bring it back in-house, because at the borough we did have massive issues before, and I think the model itself is fine, but it needs reform. It needs to be sorted out and looked at, and obviously we can get back to a position where residents are confident that their issues are going to be sorted and their housing is safe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There being no other questions, I will go to Councillor Carl Squires to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much. I've got nothing more to add. I think we should move on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I will go to the vote. The motion is passed. Motion 3, proposed by Councillor Ian McCord, re Northampton Partnership Homes.
Point of order, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, I should note 6.2 of the Constitution. It invites you, and I invite you, to rule out of order and reject a motion that, in your opinion, identifies individual service users, members of staff, or members of other partner agencies. Chairman, that is for obvious reasons. In this motion, the proposition is that we have no confidence in clearly identified individuals with whom we can easily know the names of. Therefore, in my submission, it is out of order. Matter for you, Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor McCord.
Nonetheless, it's obvious that they don't wish to debate this, but nonetheless, if you wish to look at it, it is a point of order, just give me a second. If you wish to look at also Procedure Rule 28, 28.2 says that motions that have been received and not ruled out of order will be shared with the leader of the political group prior to publication of the summons where possible. As this was put on the summons as published, it must therefore have passed that test that it was in order.
I will just defer with the monitoring officer. I've conferred with the monitoring officer, and yes, it doesn't reference name, but it is quite obvious and it is indicative of the post holders. I did not see the motion before it went on the agenda, and therefore I'm not prepared to hear it, so we will go to the next motion. Thank you.
Chair.
Motion 4, proposed by Councillor Bob Purser, re Social Housing.
Chair, can I just raise a point there that actually if it...
Councillor Randall, I
has,
have taken advice. I've made my decision.
You may
I
have
will
done,
move
but,
to motion.
But if
I am the chair of this meeting, I will now move to motion 4.
If something is published on the papers, you could have just voted it straight down. If it's published on the papers, it should never have got on the papers.
Would you like to be removed from the chamber?
It shouldn't have gone on there.
I will ask you one more time to be quiet. Otherwise, I will ask for you to be removed from the chamber. Thank you. Motion 4.
Point of order,
proposed
Chairman.
by Councillor Bob Purser, re Social Housing.
Point of order, Chairman. Sorry to be repetitive. This time it's 28.9. A motion will not be debated if it is substantially the same as a question which has been put or an address made by some other person at the same meeting. Now, clearly, motion 4 is identical pretty well to motion 2. And it is certainly substantially the same. And because it is substantially the same, I invite you not to hear it pursuant to 28.9. Matter for you, Chairman.
Madam Chairman, point of order then. In which instance the leader mentioned most of those substantive issues in his speech. So why, therefore, did we take the previous motion, which was substantially the same issue?
Could you repeat that again? I'm not quite sure. The monitoring officer would like to hear it again. What was your point of order?
If the point of order being moved is that this Labour motion is substantially the same or the same point as was raised by the Liberal Democrat motion, the Liberal Democrat motion covered many of the points that the leader had covered. And therefore, it would have been right to have said it was out of order to have done the Liberal Democrat motion, but they didn't do that. So if we can have some consistency then, it doesn't say motions, because he's right, 29.9 says another point in the meeting.
I will take advice.
I don't know what's going on here.
Turn your mic off.
I will ask the monitoring officer to speak.
So we did review the motion when it initially came in, and it was the element that we felt was, or that I felt was similar or substantially the same, was removed from it. I'm satisfied that the two motions are substantially different to be able to be debated.
I will be going forward with motion 4, as I understand the monitoring officer took out the substantive differences. So could we go forward with motion 4?
Chair, I'm very happy to present this motion and for us to look at housing in its broader context, which is what this motion seeks to do. It seeks to look at the scale of housing need we have in this authority, indicated by the number of people on the housing list, the number of people we've got in temporary accommodation. And we do seem to face challenges on every front. That includes managing our housing list, allocating houses speedily, ensuring our houses are well maintained, and having a delivery plan for new houses. Clearly, the demand for housing is acute, and I welcome the initiatives that the leader is taking in terms of the housing delivery group and the conference that he held today. I think that is a very welcome development. From this side, I would say 3 years too late, but it's here and we need to get on with it. And I think it was a very positive event. And I think the challenge for our authority is for us to be prepared enough to go to government with well-prepared schemes that they can't say no to. And I think actually we're in a position to do that. I think with a number of our schemes, and so that we have a real and realistic delivery plan. And I think we're in a position to do that. And I'm pleased that we've got to that particular point, because without more houses, we are not going to sort out the problems that we've got. I think it's as simple as that. There are real issues in us getting our houses up to the state of the housing regulator. My question here is, when do you think we will be in a position to move ourselves up the grading in terms of the housing regulator so that effectively we're no longer in special measures? How quickly can we achieve that? It would be really good to know what our target dates for that are. I also welcome the action plan that has been put in between NPH and WNC. I suppose what I want to be assured there is that that is flexible enough for us to take on any additional issues that come to light in coming weeks, so that the plan will actually evolve to meet the needs that it needs to be put on. Chair, I think that's enough at this stage of the evening.
Thank you. I will invite Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you, Chair. I second this motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's really very little that I personally would object to in this motion. I'll be voting for it. My group, we don't apply a whip. I think some will perhaps take exception to reforms on right to buy. It's one of those ideological totem poles that some of my members hold very dear to their heart. So there may be some dissent from the leadership on this particular vote, but in terms of the calls, that I think without exception, they're things that we're doing. So, happy to, provide the public with the reassurance that we stand side by side in taking those actions, working fully with the regulator, and getting on with doing what needs to be done as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Rosie Humphries.
Thank you, Chair. Just two comments. I very much welcome this motion, and in particular what Councillor Pearce is calling for in terms of ensuring an allocation system that operates effectively. I only discovered recently that the housing register was actually closed for 6 months while the new register was being implemented, which is a very long time, and I understand a huge number of voids arose from that suspension. So we really need more transparency and information on the management of voids. And as regards bringing forward the delivery of existing large-scale social housing projects, that's obviously very, very, very much desperately needed. And we now have the affordable delivery strategy too, but we must remember that affordable rent's not the same as social rent and can be up to 80% of what a private landlord would normally charge. So we mustn't lose sight of the need for social housing as well. But I just have to go back to what was the treatment of motion 3. I find it extraordinary that a motion that is on the agenda...
Councillor Humphries, can I ask you to remain on the agenda item?
Well,
if you've finished...
I have finished, but I can't but
Have you finished on the agenda item?
I have, thank you.
Thank you. There being no other speakers, I will go back to Councillor Randall, who asked for her right to speak.
One minute. Thank you. Sorry, I pressed the button. I forgot again. Yes, thank you. And thank you to the monitoring officer for accepting this motion. What I would say maybe to the other side, just check that before you have your group meeting and decide to withdraw something, because that would have, it's not going to look too good on the YouTube. We did have our housing allocation register halted in March, and there were over 4,500 people on that register at that time. It hasn't run smoothly at all, and there are still less than 1,000 people back on that register. Now, because of that, there is significant voids in our housing associations. I think Futures have got 120 voids in their properties. Not Futures, I mean MPH. I spoke to Futures today. Futures have got voids in their properties, and I'd imagine so have many of the other housing associations. And in the meantime, we must be paying for people to go in temporary accommodation. How much extra is that costing us? We can't, why have we got these houses sat empty? Why hasn't the scheme run smoothly? I think that falls under you, Councillor Hallam, does it? Was it the computer system that there was a blip in that and it wasn't working properly? And there was all sorts of things going on. But 6 months later, we still not have got those people back on the list. I've heard that some of the paperwork hasn't been completed properly. I've also heard from people that they have got lifelong conditions, that they've been told to get a new letter from the consultant. well, that doesn't work like that, does it? Once you've been diagnosed, you don't go back and keep seeing a consultant. So, you know, we need to get these people back on the list. I hope that we've got the staff capacity to be able to do that. And, you know, let's get our empty houses filled. Obviously, well, it's, you know, I'm really pleased.
Thank you,
that the right
Councillor
to
Randall.
buy
Your time
has
is
been
up.
reformed.
Thank you. I would like to clarify a couple of points now. I'm afraid, Councillor McCord, we've already gone back to the proposers, so you're not able to speak. Secondly, that there was not, I am chair, I am apolitical, and I do not take group instruction. Those who know me know my own mind, and I have made the decision to remove the item from the agenda. I would also add that maybe on YouTube they will see the behaviour of someone not observing and showing respect to the chair. I will now go to Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just help Councillor Brown with his trouble in his group about right to buy. The new the proposed revised scheme, which is going out to consultation, is about reducing the discounts so that there will still be a right to buy, but we're in the ludicrous situation at the moment where we are buying property on the open market at full price and selling houses at a discounted price. Well, even a Conservative, Malcolm, get a grip of your group and explain to them that that involves a loss. Chair, I'm happy to move.
Okay. I will now go to the vote. I presume we don't take any urgent business. I go back to the reports now, yes. Is that motion carried? The motion is carried. I will now go back to the reports following the alteration of the agenda. So we are now on item 8, Cabinet reports and records of decisions taken by the Cabinet. I give all members of the Cabinet the opportunity to present their reports to the Council. I'm going to invite all Cabinet members to present their reports in turn before questions are asked. Cabinet members may take up to 2 minutes each. The remaining time will then be given over to questions. I call Councillor Adam Brown.
Madam Chairman, given the length of my announcements at the beginning of the meeting, I'm happy to present my report as written.
Thank you. I just want to thank Matt Golby. Councillor Matt Golby. Not here. Councillor Rosie Herring.
Thank you. Obviously, that was a very popular decision. I don't know whether there's any questions on the report, so we'll take it as read. But the couple of things that were raised actually in the previous debate, I'll just answer, and that was on the allocations system. We are processing them within 5 to 6 weeks, but the system is clunky, and there has been a decision that was taken to Cabinet to procure a better IT system for both MPH and the allocation system. And I think that was due to be in process by 2025, September 2025. And a lot of it depends on the uploading of documents and the ease of uploading the documents. But I gather that we're performing an awful lot better than MPH was when they held the allocations list. And as far as voids are concerned, I had a meeting on site with our staff, with MPH, and we looked at the system of bringing voids back into use, both minor voids and the major works that need to be done. And there were, I would think, at least half a dozen actions from that to improve the system, and I think that we'll be able to report on that more. But it was a really good session, and we all learnt a lot from it. So I'm happy to take any questions on the report, or I can go through it.
We take questions at the end, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to highlight a couple of things. Cabinet last week, we agreed the draft climate change strategy should go up to consultation, and there was a particular commitment made that we would take every opportunity to advertise that the consultation's out there and to get people to respond. So I'm making that offer on YouTube to anybody who's watching. Respond to our draft consultation on climate change, which has dominated the conversation this evening. In the same vein, the EV charging infrastructure strategy was adopted by Cabinet last week. This is an important strategy because it will help introduce all sorts of EV charging across West Northamptonshire district, whether rapid chargers or the slower trickle chargers in the hard-to-reach residential areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank our workforce and that of our contractors for their work over the last few days, weekend and into this week with regard to the flooding emergency. Our teams dealt with 240 incidents. They cleared 40 fallen trees and had to manage 15 roads that were temporarily closed due to safety concerns, all of which but 2 are now fully open. As I say, all major routes are now open, and the drainage teams are still monitoring water levels in area where flood risk remains, and we need to look ahead and learn from the event, review our emergency procedures and strengthen our preparedness, work with our partners to enhance infrastructure resilience and continue supporting recovery efforts and assisting those affected. I think our team did a fantastic job and I'm pleased to commend them. My only other comment was at the very beginning we had a public speaker criticising the issue of air quality, and I think we should note that we have been successful in securing a bid for zero-emission buses, which will come in Northampton, and I think that that will have the biggest impact on air quality in Northampton town centre and on the radial routes through congested areas. Be a great benefit for our citizens. So I don't take any criticism about air quality from within my remit, because we've got a really fantastic project going that is going to deliver better air quality for Northampton. It'd be great if we could have the buses that would operate over longer distances, so we could do it elsewhere.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt.
Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm Longley.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Bob for that very enlightening economic lecture that I got just a few moments ago. I shall try and bear it in mind. I'll do the best I can. On a more serious note, I'll just be very brief on here that the period 3 results, as you'll see in the report, I will be reporting at the December Cabinet on period 7, and that's pretty much the same. A bit more pressure from children's, but otherwise it's steady as she goes. So I would, my comment there would be so far so good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you. It's great to hear some of the really positive feedback I heard tonight regarding the update of the website. We talked about the website a lot at the last meeting, so it's great that I tasked the team to make sure we launched it by the end of November, and we did. It happened to coincide with, we actually made it go live on Monday, having been in a test environment all last week. Obviously, that gave us the opportunity to immediately update the banner on the top with flood information. It gave us the ability to have that information directly on that homepage, And what we've got moving forwards is the ability to obviously change that. So it won't stay as flood information, might promote a given event, or it might be another emergency should the need arise to promote something. So it's great to hear that feedback. The other big change that you'll see is if you're using the search functionality, that's been updated a lot as well. And so please try and test it and try and break it. See if what you search for comes up, because I've spent many, many weeks trying to do that myself. And all of this will continue to be worked on. The website is by no means finished. There's still an awful lot of stuff to do. It will evolve continually moving forward. So, but it's great to hear some of the positive feedback, and my thanks to the team that worked on it and delivered the updates on time as promised to me. Lastly, I was absent for the body storage contract report earlier. Councillor Hack, I have picked up your query already, and I look forward to your input on that. I'm looking for you. Oh, you're at the front. So I look forward to your input on that, and we'll work together on your idea on that. That's it from me.
Thank you. Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you. I think the report is fairly easy to read and quite concise, so I don't plan to dwell on that one, but I just wanted to give you a bit more information on the exploitation hub, because this is now up and running. So the new child exploitation hub is up and running. It's designed to better protect children who are vulnerable to being criminally or sexually exploited by having professionals who are working together to support them co-located in one shared base in the county. It's a multidisciplinary team, including police officers, social workers, youth workers, early intervention practitioners, and health professionals, all who specialise in safeguarding children and young people who are at risk of exploitation. Education and other support services will be virtually integrated into the hub to provide support and guidance. The agencies already work closely with each other, but with the creation of the CE hub, now we have even greater opportunities to reduce incidents of criminal and sexual exploitation, improve responsiveness, and get the right help and support in place to protect vulnerable youngsters from risk of harm, enable them to achieve improved outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Lister.
Thank you, Chair. A few things. We've secured 2.6 million in brownfield land release funding to transform some of the sites in Northampton. That's the St James Bus Depot, University Avenue campus, and another as well. We've also endorsed the master plan for Greyfriars, partnering with the ECF, which is to really revitalise that 14-acre site, including the long vacant Corn Exchange. We've been supporting local businesses through our various initiatives. We've submitted an expression of interest for the High Street rental auctions scheme, which I think could be really positive and hopefully will be one of the pilot areas for that. And also we've seen John Lobb has announced that they're looking to move into, we've signed with Horizon House, which will safeguard over 120 local jobs. Northampton Market Square's opened. It's attracted the opening of around 10,000 residents and visitors. The feedback from that was very positive, 77% confirming it benefited the local economy and community. We've also hosted the Tour of Britain. The post-survey of that said 92% support future similar events and 86% believing the occasion positively showcased our area. Our adult learning service has enrolled 487 new learners this academic year with a 98.1% retention rates. And we've also been delivering multiply and shared prosperity schemes across West Northamptonshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor David Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I would take my report as read. Nothing to add.
Thank you. I will go to ask members if they have any questions of Councillor Adam Brown, the leader, first. Remember, we are taking these questions per cabinet member. So these are just questions for Councillor Adam Brown. Do we have any questions? Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Sorry to disappoint you, chaps. It's not quite cocoa time yet. It will be here shortly. Yeah. I can wait if you want. It's fine. Adam, just like to comment on the item specifically in your report about sustainability. It's great to see you reporting on so many of those issues. Just one question. The Net Zero Summit, which took place this week at Silverstone, that's not something that came across the radar of the Sustainability Group at all, which seems a bit strange given the nature of it. My question is relating to your item on Section 106 and SIL. You talk about high-value debtors. Do we have any idea of what sort of value we're talking about there that we're still owed on that area? I know it's work in progress, but I just wondered if we'd still got anywhere with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. A number of residents in MPH housing affected by flooding have told me and rung for support and assistance from WNC and MPH, and only to be told that they'll only be given if there is a risk to their life, and also to sort it out themselves if it's not too risky. Whilst I appreciate the emergencies that has been put first, as landlords, WNC has a responsibility to them. So my question to you is that if they are turned away by us, where as councillors, when they come for us for help, can we signpost them to?
Thank you. I will now go back to Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll get the figure for Councillor Harris regarding the high-value debtors on Section 106. Councillor Kelly, I'll need to know about what particular assistance they need in order to be able to advise about signposting. For example, if it's to do with the loss of contents, then that would normally fall on a tenant's contents insurance. If it's to do with a more health and safety orientated aspects of the property, including the fabric of the building, then that would be something that I'd expect NPH to sort out. So if you can furnish me with a list of addresses, then I'd be happy to take that up with the Chief Executive of MPH straight away.
Thank you. I will now take questions of Councillor Rosie Herring. Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Chair. This is on page 61, and it's to do with HMOs. What is being proposed in this statement clearly shows that the administration does not understand or appreciate the problems that unlicensed HMOs are causing in parts of Northampton. In reducing the measures for licensing will, in my view, increase the number of HMOs and, as a result, increase the problems of fly tipping and garbage on our street. This is not a good idea, and I'm asking for this to be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Herring mentioned 5 to 6 weeks for the housing allocation scheme. That was the period that we're working to. But that's not what I'm seeing in, and I appreciate they may be outlier cases. So I just wondered if we had a measure of the outliers and why. Is it further documents have been requested from a resident and then they've not submitted them? So is the 5 to 6 weeks from the initial application, or 5 to 6 weeks from when the final documents have been provided? I'm not sure. Could we have a little bit more detail and explanation around that? And I am concerned that we are staffed to manage this, and I've referenced it a few times, because whenever I escalate something to a senior officer, they go back to the staffing team. The number of times that we don't move on from that, or we don't receive a response, I don't know what the caseloads are, and I don't know how much work that each individual has got at the moment, but ultimately that's normally the answer that we're given, is that it's the capacity workload that they just can't get a response to us. Don't know if it's just me, but that's where we are. If you could look at that for me, that would be excellent.
Thank you. There being no other questions, I'll go back to Councillor Herring.
Thank you. In relation to the HMOs, I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but the licensing HMOs, I think there was a whole working party about the issue of HMOs. And certainly what was interesting when in reading the responses to the consultation, there were a lot of issues about fly tipping and rubbish. And I've spoken to my colleague, Councillor Breeze, because we'd like to look at whether there's any areas that we could improve that situation, because it was obviously of serious concern. I think parking was also mentioned, but that is more difficult because there is an actual, it's either able to park and there's no yellow lines, or they can park. So I think the parking issue was more difficult, but we certainly can look at the fly tipping issue and the refuse to see whether we can do any more. And I'll happily take, I'm told, the 5 to 6 weeks, and I do ask about the resources, but I do know that team is working very hard, because they're still working through a backlog, and they're battling with an IT system that isn't as responsive as it should be, which is why we're changing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now take questions for Councillor Rebecca Breeze. Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, the administration insists it remains committed to WNC becoming net zero by 2050. But in the recent sustainability report delivered to Cabinet, WNC emissions fell by only 0.4% in 23-24. Does a Cabinet member feel this is acceptable? And when can we expect the carbon reduction plan aimed at improving this, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashraf.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Councillor Breeze for visiting St James recently. She was able to see all the issues that I see on a daily basis, and as I mentioned, people are getting used to seeing this as the norm, and we need to really improve where we can. And I'm really pleased to say that Councillor Breeze has agreed to support Love Where You Live litter campaign, initially to launch in the Dallington Spencer area. If it's successful, we hope to roll it out towards the town and hopefully get all the local schools involved. But there is a bigger question. We need to be able to address long-term solution to fly tipping and the littering, and residents are continuously complaining about the same issue, and we need to be able to give them something. And if everyone can get behind the campaign, at least it's a start. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Purser. Councillor Ashraf, could you turn your mic off, please? Thank you. Councillor Bob Purser.
I didn't touch it. Just to pick up from Councillor Ashraf, because she very successfully piloted clear recycling sacks in her ward. We've still got boxes. When the wind blows, the recycling blows down the street. We've been trying to persuade or ask when we will get these clear sacks. It would make a huge difference to the cleanliness of our terrace streets. So when can we have some clear plastic sacks, please?
Thank you, Councillor Purser. No other questions. I'll go back to Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. First, on Councillor Duffy's question, emissions decrease 0.4. The sustainability report is just the start of what's going to be a very long process. And I think as we pick up on points like our Zebra bus, zero emissions bus, and other policies come through, like the EV charging, encouraging residents of terrace streets to perhaps be able to think about getting an EV car, we will start to see improvements. And I think over the next few years, we'll see that rate accelerate. I agree, 0.4%. It's a start, but it's not great. But it's a long process, up to 2045 in our case, not 2050. We're a bit more ambitious than that, but there's a lot of work to do. But thank you for your question. Councillor Ashraf, it was a pleasure to visit your ward. I saw the issues. I saw some issues on private land, which we're working on addressing as well. I'm happy to support any initiatives across West North Hants that deal with fly tipping, particularly. I think we need to make fly tipping and the perpetrators, it needs to be a totally antisocial thing that we just don't do and we don't tolerate as a society. That's going to be the key. And in terms of prosecuting and civil enforcement, we need to be proactive on that, and happy to work with any member who has a particular initiative that they want to take forward. I think it's really important for us all. And finally, Councillor Purser, on the clean recycling sacks, I will find out. I know it's imminent, and I agree it's absolutely key to reducing some of the issues in some of our wards. But I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now take questions for Councillor Phil Larratt. Councillor Romans.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Larratt, you might not be able to answer this, but I'll ask it and you can come back to me. What is the target date for a newly designed Northampton Northern Orbital Road to be going out to consultation with residents?
Thank you. Councillor John Shepherd.
That's an amusing question. Chairman, Councillor Larratt tells us in his report about the progress of the North West Relief Road, indeed saying it's going to be completed as to our section next month. He fails to reference condition 25 of the planning permission, which requires consultation and agreement with Boughton Parish Council on a scheme for measures for ameliorating the impact of traffic from the road on Boughton Village, which must be implemented before it is opened. Now, whilst there was exemplary engagement between the project manager and the parish council in 2021 and 2022, consultation ceased some 32 months ago in March 2022. Does he agree with the view of the parish council that that is a thoroughly unsatisfactory situation, and will he arrange that consultation resumes at the earliest opportunity?
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps. Bless you. Councillor Sue Sharps. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Are you okay now, Councillor Sue
Yes,
Sharps?
I have two questions for Councillor Phil Larratt. The first is, your report notes that the council was heard nothing from the government about the local transport fund, but you make no mention of the 5.4 million investment into West North Hants bus services announced last week. Does the Cabinet member welcome this investment, and what plans are there to utilise it? My second question is, on what timescale can councillors expect to see this fund being spent? Two very succinct questions.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Chair. This is on page 71, Phil. Active travel. Work in progress, Billing Road, stroke Rushmere Road, stroke Park Avenue North. Question. You kindly mentioned the next stage. Could you tell us where in the area this is likely to be, please? Secondly, same page, traffic enforcement. I'd just like to say that I welcome the enforcement plan in St. John's Street and the 24/7 monitoring of Fishpond, 24/7 monitoring of Fishpond Road, no right turn, something that is long overdue. Also, I welcome the statement in the past paragraph on page 72. reference value for money and the monitoring of poor quality work. However, I noticed on social media recently about poor quality repairs. The latest in Balmoral Road in Kingsthorpe, repairs of a pothole reopened within 2 days, according to the complainant. I think we got problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go back to Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Northern Orbital is referred to in the LTP, and which is just been through the consultation process, or going through the consultation process, and we are seriously looking to see how that can be scoped out, funded, and what's needed in addition needed to fund it. So we are active. We're not doing nothing. So please don't think we're sitting back doing nothing. But obviously, it needs to be in the local plan as well, and I know that that is being addressed. So you know, it's only going to be deliverable if there's housing. So it's all got to come together in the local plan and in the local transport plan. As far as I'm concerned, the local transport plan does recognise it and the need to move it forward. The Northwest Relief Road, yes, I think it's the length of time that it has taken to move forward the mitigation measures, I think is pretty bad, to be honest, and I would agree with Councillor Shepherd on that. Unfortunately, the officer who was dealing with that went off on long-term sickness, and we had a new head of major projects within the Highways Department who had to pick it up from nowhere and try and move it ahead. Hence the fact that we were many months without moving these measures on. And it is a too long a period, I would agree with that. However, I know there was a favoured option that was certainly favoured by Boughton Village. I think that that option has not been fully addressed with other affected areas such as Malton Parish, Kingsthorpe Parish, that are obviously going to be impacted upon by the original favoured proposal. Personally, I think we need a compromise solution, and I think we got somewhere with that last week with a certain scheme that could deliver for everybody. But it has been too long. We are now moving along with it, and we need to get a resolution as soon as we possibly can. But the road will open one way or the other. With regard to monies, yes, I do. Of course, I welcome any money coming in to finance our bus service. It will obviously go through the BSIP process and how we spend that. We need to understand how the award works. Is it a yearly award? Is it over so many years? We've got to get to the bottom of that and plan accordingly. I don't want to go, I'd love to put on new bus services. I'd love to connect rural communities. I'd love to connect our urban areas better. But I'm not prepared to invest money in services that we then have to scrap or pull out of because the money runs out. We've got to make sure we do it properly. So yes, we will take it through the BSIP process, and we will look to implement what we can when we can. And I think we've got to recognise that we rag rate our commercial bus services with our commercial operators.
Councillor Larratt, I'm conscious of time.
Yeah, I just want to just make this one point, Madam Chairman, and I'll speak to Winston afterwards. But there's some certain amber rag-rated commercial services that could very easily become red because of the reduction in the fares, the increase in the fares, and other government decisions such as national insurance that are going to hit the bus companies and be passed through to us.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time. We've had 5 members' questions.
Chair, I would like to make a point.
Is this a point of order?
It is. I'm sorry I don't know the number. I haven't spent time looking it up this evening. But I would like to say that I find it quite offensive and overbearing with Councillor Larratt points his finger directly at me when he's making a point.
What was that point? Okay, I've taken advice and I do not think that's a point of order. So, as I said before I was interrupted, that there's 15 minutes to go. It's taken 15 minutes to take questions from other cabinet members. I feel we can get through it if you're concise. So, point of order. Okay. I don't feel we can wrap up by 9:30 because the questions and there's still 5 cabinet members. So, I will now read what I have to read. Hold on.
So you can either put the matter to the vote without further debate, which is basically whether or not you are happy to accept, as I say, these bits here, so to receive the report from the Cabinet.
So I can just ask them to accept it?
Yeah.
Right. So I've been advised I can just go straight to the conclusion of this item, and I will ask the Council to receive the reports from Cabinet members and the record of the decision from the Cabinet meetings held on the 8th of October and the 19th of November. I have the assent of the meeting. Thank you. There's no urgent business, so therefore I close the meeting.
Well done.